Oh, you shaskets.
I know where to look for it. Okay, I would like to call this session to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. With me on the panel today, I have Robert Buss next to me and Brent McIntyre at the end of the table. The assessor today is Jeremy Poole, and our administrative personnel today is Kara Shaw. We'll be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application and will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that applicants or the assessor make at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of property are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the Board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the matters to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony, followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the Board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the order by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. And could you please put your phones on silent or turn them off? Any use of the phones during the hearing must be at the approval of the chair. Could we have the swearing in, please?
Please state your name. Do you swear the evidence you present today is the truth and the truth and nothing but the truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your name.
Ron, you go.
Do you swear the evidence you present today is the truth and the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Do you have any blank paper? I have all this paper, but it's all written on.
How many sheets do you need?
Two.
3, a bonus, just in case.
I will write 3 pages then.
Thank you.
The first item on our docket today is Unit 90 at 3965 Portage Avenue. We have all various units, 9 of them. There is obviously quite a similarity between these. So we've got you dealing with the first one. You have all of the rest. Perhaps, well, I mean, the fact is that we do have 2 agents, but perhaps we can make this as concise as possible given the similarities in all of these.
We've discussed the matter, and there is some coordination between what we're going to present and matters we duplicated, and some of the evidence that additional evidence that will be submitted in rebuttal. We're going to prepare copies for all files, and so Trevor and I have reviewed this.
And we will deal with that with the first unit, and it will then
that's the concept, yes.
Be useful for all the rest, but we won't be going through it in detail again.
Unless there's something I've missed, and certainly Trevor is open to.
Well, I'm generally okay with that. So the same argument is essentially presented by Mr. Neufeld for you.
Well, I'm not entirely sure of Mr. Neufeld's argument, but there's certain things that will be in common in this, so we can try not to cover this twice.
That's fair enough.
At least items 2 through 9 should be fairly consistent.
Fairly consistent, yes.
Okay. All right. Let us start then with.
Now, and again, before we start, and I know that I don't think we have a conflict, but I would like to be transparent, the two members of the board were members of the assessment department in 2004, and at that point in time there were some decisions and made by both boards and the assessment department on matters that you're going to hear today. Now, I know neither of them worked in this field. That's correct. Single family, and Rob, you were mostly office.
I dealt with commercial properties like this one.
Now, you did do the car dealer properties?
Yes.
Now, but did you ever handle Point West? Did you ever handle Point West?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, we're not talking about anything that wasn't known at the time, so I'll leave it in your hands as to whether you consider that that's a conflict. I'm not raising the point other than to be transparent. And Mr. Chairman, you can do whatever you have to do, whatever you think you have to do.
I'm assuming that since you know what we're dealing with today, you don't think that there's a conflict of interest here?
I don't think there is, as far as numbers go, I don't remember anything about what numbers we were using at that time. So.
Well, there's the infrastructure policy. That was the result of the 2004 municipal board order. That, from that period going forward, was accepted as appropriate methodology.
You know, I think that probably that was long enough ago that I don't see that having a bearing on the decisions that we have made today.
Well, if you've seen the evidence that we're continuing on with honoring that policy, and the assessment department has changed tack without any other reasoning behind it. So I think we have here is a split between what has been decided and approved in the past and what has been changed for today without any precedent.
I think we go on the basis of the evidence that is presented to us at each hearing, and we certainly make different decisions on individual matters from hearing to hearing on the basis of what we hear at a particular time.
Again, it's the interest of transparency, and of course all of you are members or were members of assessing authority, and our contentions that will be brought forward today are going to be three serious issues in regard to the actual preparation of assessments. And in your past careers, you've had to defend these. We're not talking about value differences. Every value is new every year. It has to do with policy. So on the record, I just wanted that I'm not making any request. I'm simply saying it's up to an individual board member to determine if there are any issues, and I'm requesting that you just confirm that you're fine with that.
Well, then let's hear those issues,
Right.
and let's carry on to that stage. These are preliminary issues that need to be dealt with?
Well, no, preliminary, I'm bringing it up so that it's on the table. And I always have to apologize to Mr. McIntyre because in the past there were some issues that I thought he could have been involved with, and I don't want to go over the line here. You're all out here to do your best job, but we are talking about a large case involving all the sites and some past histories. So, it's on the
Be that as it may, thank you very much for putting that on the table, and can we proceed? Mr. Pohl.
Yeah. All right. File number is 194773. The roll number is 075690338800. Civic address is Unit 90, 3965 Portage Avenue. The 2020 assessment is for $6,087,000. Description of the property was originally built in 1999. There was an addition done in 2017. A small addition. effective year built we have is approximately 2010. We have leasable area of 33,959 square feet. We go to page 28, subject property. And you can start at page 20 as well. Subject property is one of the priorities. So on page 20 shows a aerial photo of the property. Familiar with it. On page 2, starting at page 2. February 2008-2005, there was a $4,350,000 sale of the property. That sale was an arm's length sale. The sales questionnaire is on page 3. Indicated that the agreed upon price was November 13, 2004. Highlighted in yellow indicates that there was no business component with this sale, that it was real estate only. Full interest sale. Line 13, they indicate retail. Obviously, they're selling and servicing vehicles. Condition of the property was good at the time. If you look on page 4, there's a $4.3 million mortgage on the property. Now, I attached the case for 2005 year. When the sales question was found out, we sent it online as well. They put it out. They indicated that Winnipeg Dodge is there. Net lease. Check off anyways. For the INE for the 2017 year, it's on page 9. They indicate that they're owner occupied. Obviously, the rent. If you look at the end of expenses, they filled them all out correctly. It is possible to fill out expenses. What is absent from this is the infrastructure costs. We haven't seen any costs associated with it on the INEs. We haven't seen any on the INEs for far back as I've looked, at least 10 years. I'm not sure if they did it in the early 2000s, but here to review reporting the specialty costs that are associated with the order. That's enough infrastructure costs. The following pages are a couple of company searches. Current owner and the former owner. Hopefully we're on this like at the time. So, on page 15 are our comparables. We've all heard this argument before. I'll give a little refresher. Hopefully everyone remembered it from last previous cycles. There are no owner-occupied, or I should say, there are no rented full-service dealerships in the city. There was one in the last past cycle. I'll get to that in a moment. But that was an agreement to purchase based on the information I got from the real estate manager who arranged the purchase. Basically, they're all owner-occupied. We have no rents to apply. So what we do is we take the most similar nearest property type class and take the rent information from that and apply it to the subject property. The most similar property for these are big box retail. Big box stores are retail location, retail nodes, power centers. They sell. That's their product. This is the most similar orange to this apple. Can't do an apple-to-apple comparison because it looks like it's not the lease. So we looked at similar nature buildings. Basically steel shell, bit of mezzanine space, basically slab on grade in a retail location where clientele would come up here if they're going to. We have taken that rent information and transposed it over to the subject property and all vehicles, car dealerships. And the argument is simply, if you are an owner-occupied of a property like this, where would you go outside if you weren't going to be an owner-occupier and go into the city and find a rent in a building of suitable nature. Basically, these are steel shell buildings, slab and brick construction, a bit of showroom up front, service area in the back, a bit of storage area, obviously mixed in with the use of the building. But essentially, they're steel shell buildings on slab and brick construction, similar to retail box stores, big box stores. So, if the ownership, any of these ownerships would not want to rent, where would they go and get a market rent less than what the market would be? We're taking that rent, we're transposing back to the subject property, and we're using that. So we'll go through the retail rents, comparables 1 through 27. These are rents that are in place. You can see from the lease start dates, at approaching the reference date, we reviewed a little over 500,000 square feet of inventory. The average rent is $18.86 a square foot. The weighted average is $18.05 a square foot. The median is $18.29 a square foot. As you can see from the analysis, that's a very tight range. It's a very tight analysis, and it's a good analysis. There's no real outliers. When you see analysis on that, it's a good indicator of market value. For our auto comparables, I'll look again for similar buildings as such. The one MPI Center, which is comparable to 28, 1284 Main Street. I've been in this building. It's office area kind of front, but it has a very large bay where all the vehicles come into to get inspections. They're in at $19.50 net. I looked for other MPI buildings of similar nature, but unfortunately they're all owner-occupied. This is the one single one that's leased out on Main Street. 3570 Portage is an Boyd Auto building, or Boyd Auto Center. It's 9,348 square feet, $13. There's some argument, and I'll get into that in my rebuttal information, that it may be $11.47 a square foot. There's some irregularities in reporting the rent in the ownership group. I'll get that in more detail as we go along in this hearing. Comparable 30, which is 3680 Portage. It's $12.50. This is an auto gallery. They lease out an old dealership, not comparable to other dealerships. We use it as a vehicle service, used sales type of dealership. So it's not a franchisee or anything like that, but simply an older dealership built in 1998. They're getting $12.50. And of course, on 2537 Pembina, this was an actual dealership that was purchased with an agreement to purchase, and this was an arm's length rent in place. This rent was a little over market. This rent was paid by the owner, was paid by the tenant, which had an agreement to purchase. They had an agreement to purchase with intent, meaning they paid a little above market rent, and at the end of that lease, they had the option to purchase or walk away. The ownership group did not have the option not to sell. So basically, they were seeing how the site was, and if it was suitable, they were going to purchase. And they did actually purchase the building. They were paying $25.16. So again, our market analysis is about $18, $18.05, and they're paying $25.16. I'll go through the workup. It's a pretty simple workup today, as it always will be. On page 16. 33,959 square feet is the leasable area. We have $13.47 a square foot, which gives us a potential rent of $457,428. Again, $13.47 a square foot is considerably lower than the $18 market range that we established. With our 2% vacancy, it gives us an effective gross income of $448,279. Expenses, our non-recoverable expenses at 2%, the shortfall at $6 gives us net operating income of $435,238. Capped at 7.15% gives us our estimated value of $6,087,000. As noted, we left off the infrastructure costs. We've done that since the 2016 cycle. Basically, we've noticed that there's no way to apply them. There is no information presented on the again, with the rent information that we're pulling from market, what we're actually modeling and putting in is such a significant amount below market that that should be more than enough to create an allowance for that. So as we go along, on page 18 is our retail information as far as cap rates. It falls within the 7.1.5, 7.35. Generally, that's where we're at. So if we get to, and this is where I'll kind of go over the order that's setting all this up. On page 31 is the order that the single, there has been no other car dealership order that had actually been issued by this board. This is the single decision that we had to base how we value car dealerships on. This was heard between April 5th and 6th of 2004 between Stevenson, Mr. Gilbert was presenting the agent, and between the assessment department and Mr. Mason. So basically what this order gets to is that they took a pool of leases and applied them from car dealerships to the subject property to come up with the rent. They also applied, the other main issue was infrastructure costs. After review of this order, I'm not sure that this is appropriate to be applying this order anymore, if it can be applied anymore. We don't have any car dealerships that are actually leased out. There is no rent information to pull that from. If we're to stick to the order, it can't be, we can't use it because there are no car dealerships. As far as applying infrastructure costs, we can't do that either. We don't report them. I haven't seen any of them. There's no way for us to sit there and go, well, market should be at 18, we'll put 18 in, or 17 in, or whatever it'll be, and then we'll put the infrastructure costs in. What we've done then is reduce that market rent and eliminate the infrastructure costs. As you can see, none of the dealerships are in at $18 or anywhere near the market. So we have made an allowance. We have done what we can. So we get back to how are we going to value this. Why they're going to take our argument, which is the next similar type property, big box retail, we take that rental and apply it to the subject property. We can't do an income approach. If we can't do an income approach, what's the next approach to use? We have some sales, we can do a rudimentary analysis on that, and that's what I've done on page, starting on page 22. On page 22 is a list of 6 sales that occur within the marketplace. The summary table is the following pages. Comparable number 1 and comparable number 6 are the 2 sales which I indicated had market rents that were a bit above market. I researched these with the real estate manager and their automotive division to confirm what they were, and I'll get to them in a minute. So basically, when we go through, and I'll just generally go through them quick. Comparable number 1 is 2527 Pembina. It was a full-service dealership built in 2004. It's approximately gross area of 95,620 square feet. They had a contract to purchase that was exercised, or that was signed in January 16, 2012, and exercised in March 17. The sale price was for $3 million. The sale price is approximately $313 a square foot. Comparable number 2. Again, another full-service dealership. Effective year is 2008. Gross area is 14,339 square feet. Date of sale is September 23rd, 2010. The sale price was $4,095,000. and the price per square foot is $284 a square foot. Comparable number 3 is unit 400, 1770 Waverly, built in 2007. Gross floor area is 15,154 square feet. Purchased in August of 2009, $4.2 million, with a purchase price at $277 a square foot. Comparable number 5, unit 100, 1770 Waverly, built in 2003. Gross floor area of 42,122 square feet. Purchased December 4th, 2015 for $9,500,000 with a sale price per square foot of $225 a square foot. Skipping over number 5, we'll get to in a minute, which is the subject. Comparable number 6, which is 1496 Regent, built in 1977. We had another building on there for 2009. There was 16,000 square feet. Again, this was the one that had another one that had a rent in place. They had an exercise. They had a contract signed in January 2016 for 2012 with an exercise to purchase in March 17, and they purchased it for $6 million with a purchase price of $375 a square foot. We have the subject property, which is sale number 5 or comparable number 5 in 2004, built in 1999. Gross floor area of 26,887 square feet. The sale was done in February 28, 2005. Sale price was determined in November 13, 2004. It was for $4,350,000 with a sale price of $161 a square foot. Municipal order for 2003 order, which referenced 1999, a value of $1,740,000. Our assessment today at $6,087,000 is $171. Basically in line with what the sale was back in 2004 and far below what the two nearest comparables would be at comparable number 1 and number 6. So that said, we'll kind of go through the comparables for the sales on page 23. The map, which generally lists the sales and sale information. Page 24, sale. Comparable number 1, 2557 Pembina. Comparable number 2, which is unit 500, 1770 Waverly. Comparable number 3, which is unit 400. 1770 Waverly, page 16. Comparable number 4, which is unit 100 1770 Waverly. And comparable number 5, which is unit 90, obviously the subject property, 3965 Portage. So, the information we have for the property that's sold on page 30 for 1487 Regent Avenue. As you can see, I had some conversations with the real estate manager who confirmed everything with their automotive division. They bought this property for $6 million. The information is here. They were tenants. They own the business. They did not purchase the business. They bought the building.
I'm sorry, what page did you
Page
go
30. The term is as such. They had a 10-year term. Renewal options to exercise. The rent was $480,000 net, and the option to purchase was $6 million. They exercised that purchase. Closed on acquisition March 1st, 2017. The property was leased with an above-market rent. With intent to purchase, the purchase price was based on appraisal that had been completed around time the lease was entered into, we did not have a copy of the appraisal. I never seen a copy of the appraisal. The price was real estate only, did not include the cost, value of equipment, furniture, etc. So there was no business component related. There was no. They were the tenant. They were the dealership basically purchased the property. So full disclosure, after this purchase was done, I guess recently they tore down the two structures and they built their full dealership on the site. I don't have any information. We're still waiting to hear back. I don't know what the rationale was, other than at that time of purchase they bought the property to intend to occupy the property, and the business decision came down where they tore down it and they built new full service dealerships. The other one at Pembina is still standing. Obviously, it's a much newer building. That one is when we get back to the overall review of this property, and summarize it now, we have an order that indicates how we were supposed to value car dealerships. It must have made sense at the time the board issued it. At this point in time, there is no leases to pull from for car dealerships. You can't apply the order as it reads. There is no information to gather from the IDs to transpose that infrastructure cost back to the subject properties. They're not on the IDs. They haven't been reported. And there's no way to apply this order. The only thing that we can do is take the nearest comparison, the nearest comparable, which is real estate, which is retail, big box stores similar to the subject property, and transpose that information to the subject property. And if we're not to do that, then the only other avenue to evaluate is the actual sales of dealerships that occurred in the marketplace and brought you in 6 that have transpired. So with that, I think it's a fair assessment. At $687,000, we have that per square foot is $179 a square foot, which is basically on par with what it was sold for in 2005, and far below the comparisons of sales that have happened in the marketplace. That I'm
Mr. Newfield, questions?
Thank you. In the preparation of your work product, have you, to your knowledge, followed the city's code of conduct policy and conflict of interest policy?
How is that an assessment-related question? I'd like to point out to the panel members that I can currently named in a lawsuit, active and ongoing. We're still dealing with it. I'm only here to discuss and answer questions regarding to the actual individual appraisals. I will be not participating in any other line of questioning.
I'm not understanding, Mr. Newfield, why you're asking that question.
Well, I have a copy of the policy here, and
No, regardless of what the policy, I'm relatively familiar with what those policies are. Why are you asking this question?
well, the assessors will be presenting an opinion about it. Correct.
But why are you questioning whether he is following that?
I think credibility is a natural question in any quasi-judicial hearing, is it not?
We're here for asking the questions rather than answering them. I want to know why.
I'm
we're
questioning
raising this
credibility.
Okay, that's your questioning is taken into account. I think we'll carry on.
Very well. I had only asked that one question, was planning on only asking the one question on the issue. The assessor volunteered more than I was going to go. I just wanted an answer on policy, much like if I had asked the board earlier, did you check your conflict of interest policy and declare. And your answer, truthfully, we're looking into it, or we're going to make that decision as it comes. That's all I was looking for. Isn't that fair?
Thank you. Mike, could you carry on, please?
Thank you very much. For the valuation, you presented two approaches, direct comparison and income approach. I do not see a reconciliation.
No.
Could you explain which one you're relying on, or how you're doing
The
that?
income approach made that quite clear.
Sorry.
The income approach
Income
made that
approach.
quite clear. At this point in time, the income approach. I made it, and I highlighted it quite clear that if we're to follow the order itself, 2004, there's no way to apply the order.
So the valuation on page, you're referring then to the valuation on, sorry, I lost the page numbering here. Page 16 and 17 then?
Yes,
Was this generated by your model?
yes,
Have there been any manual overrides?
no.
Could you give me the breakdown between upper floor and, bottom floor and mezzanine area and space? Do you have that?
Not on this one here. What we've done in the past, we had mezzanine spaces, we've had different ID numbers for different premises. We've amalgamated into one CRU. We don't.
Okay, but I just want to confirm, from looking at plan area versus leasable area, there's a difference. So there is upper area?
All of these have a certain amount of mezzanine areas.
Okay, and just going on page 1, that's at least 4,400 square feet, just on the map?
Approximately, yeah.
Okay. So I don't think it's important, but there's a give or take 4,400 feet and give or take 29 on plan.
And I'd just like to point out that virtually every single box store has mezzanine space of similar nature. We've never seen it distinguish between mezzanine space and the rest of the space. So
Thank you.
treating
We'll
everything
get to that.
equivalent.
Within your valuation, did you provide a working copy of the policy that the city follows on definition of market value?
Municipal board, I mean, municipal act definition of value.
Well, if you have that, that would be fine too, but is there, like I'm looking at page 19, the excerpts, there's nothing here that has that definition, is there?
No, I don't believe so, no. The municipal board been combined with municipal assessment act, is clearly set up as market value.
That's correct. Now, does this definition of market value generally coincide with those in use by most other practitioners and users of market value, or is there a special
It depends on it depends on what you're valuing. Market value, you can read it from the Municipal Assessment Act, I'm sure you've heard it and you've all heard it, but typically we deal with nothing that's post-reference at the reference date. We take all the information leading up to the reference date. So depending if you're looking as an appraiser on today's date, you may be valuing it in the future and coming up with a more a value. That would be different from what we would be doing from the assessment department.
I'm sorry, that's not the question.
You're asking me to answer what market value is.
No, I was-
assessment case law and municipal assessment act.
Could you clarify your question?
That's correct. The definition of market value has to do with, I am reading from one, and I have three definitions here. The most probable price which a property should bring in a competitive and open market as is the specified date under all conditions requisite to a fair sale. Buyer and seller each acting prudently and knowledgeably and assuming the price is not affected by undue stimulus. That sort of definition, is there one that you can refer to?
No, we don't have that in our brief.
The sales questionnaire on page 3 you referred to the mortgage amount, and you tell me what bearing that has on value?
I refer to the sales questionnaire in full. I
Okay.
refer to the actual sworn value at $4,350,000, and the consideration paid at $350,000. That it included .4, that it was nothing to do other than the real estate, and nothing else was included with it, and that they have a mortgage for $400, the exact same price.
All right. Is a mortgage an indication of value?
It would be an appraiser that would need to be looking at it. I don't know what the bank would do, but I'm pretty sure they're going to have someone look at it. It's credited. My point is we have a sworn statement from the purchaser that indicates that they purchased the property for $4.35 million and that they included no business component and it was only real estate.
Well, you brought up the subject, so now on the issue of the mortgage.
I didn't bring up the mortgage, I simply reading from the...
That's correct, you entered into the
tax
evidence.
evidence.
So now it's a matter of debate. So what is a mortgage generally then?
Mr. Chairman, this is kind of line of questioning.
Perhaps I could have things shortened up a tad.
Mr. Chairman, I think if we continue, I know I'm going down the right path. I've been doing this for quite some time, and I get some really good coaching. If the assessor doesn't want to answer the questions, then my response would be that you would be obligated to just give us a summary judgment and throw out his evidence, because I can't examine him. I'm not going down anywhere I shouldn't be going.
Our objective as an administrative tribunal is to try to get the appropriate information upon which to base our decision. Can you answer for me why you are questioning
Absolutely.
the amount?
It will be 100% clear when I get there.
Well, in order to administer this hearing, and administer it both fairly and expeditiously, I'd like to know what your concern is with him having mentioned the mortgage value.
I didn't bring it up. He brought it
No,
up.
you're questioning him.
Okay.
Yes, he mentioned the mortgage
Okay.
value. Why are you asking?
Can I ask the
questions?
questions and then you'll see where it's going?
No, I want to know where this is going, because I don't want half an hour on mortgage if it's not going to be helpful in the end to the
It will
kennel.
be. It'll be extremely helpful. Well, you know, my other issue with this is, I think it's fair to say that given the events that have transpired, that I can consider the assessor to be what one would call a hostile witness. Now, the word hostile is not meant as a derogatory term. It's meant that there's a certain way I have to ask questions that take that into account, that I can begin to ask more leading questions and I don't have to disclose where I'm going until I get there. Because we have to be concerned that we're allowing a fair procedure for the taxpayer. So,
And a discussion of mortgage is critical to that?
absolutely.
I'll give you a relatively short rein on this.
Okay.
Ask a question.
Fine. What would, first of all, I'll make it one question. A mortgage is a charge on property that can be applied to different sites and is not specific to a specific site. And also, would not a mortgage have a lending ratio typical in the market of, say, 70%?
Yeah, roughly.
What is the percentage on the one reported?
You didn't put anything down other than 50,000.
1.16% is my calculation, down, which means a 98.4% mortgage, correct?
I think I can trust your number on that one.
98%. In the data you presented, dealing first with the sales that you reported on page 22. Did these sales, in the process of these transactions, did the branding on the store remain the same? What I mean to say is, number one, was a Subaru dealer, sold, still Subaru dealer. Number two, Suzuki, still Suzuki. Number three, Ford, still Ford. Oh wait, no, that was, sorry, that was Kia, now still Kia. Number four, Ford, still Ford. And number six, I forgot, Toyota, still Toyota.
I believe they're all the same. I can't say that 100% as I was trying to do commercial property searches back to that time. But generally, I would say they're all the same.
So at the time of sale, the real estate moved, the franchise moved, the goodwill moved, and the inventory moved?
I can't comment. I don't have that information.
But you can confirm that operations continued the same.
I can say wholeheartedly between variables number 1 and 6 that happened.
Now, is it possible that the sale that was reported was an allocation of a larger sale?
I don't have information on that.
I'm not following, I was just following the order in my notes, so this is going to be a little bit back and forth here. The next you discussed some rental rates on page 13, thank you. Oh, sorry, I lost it. The first 27 sales are, you said retail?
Yes.
Now, in the, what's the source of this information?
Directly from the INEs. The signed authorizing statement indicated to be true, accurate, complete.
Okay, so income and expense returns receive this information. And did you, in any of these cases, have an opportunity to examine the lease or the transaction?
No, other than for 2537 or 2537 Pembina.
No, I'm getting to that. I was just talking the first 27.
No.
Okay. And is it a common practice in retail leasing to provide a tenant with inducements to move in?
I couldn't comment on how much or less. Tenant inducements are typically not what we require for rent inclusive for market rent.
But it happens.
But it happens.
And
As far as if you're looking at did the leasee develop their own site and came up with a market rent which is significantly less than what the market is, we wouldn't be looking at a $10 rent versus something that a neighboring similar property right on site would give you get 18 to 19, $20. So,
but is it also common that when a tenant is provided with some inducements that the landlord makes recovery of this from the lease rate?
advertising, yes, I would say so.
So you don't know if these 27 rates include a return on the tenant improvement allowance or any inducement, do you?
I haven't examined the leases in detail. We don't get that information from the owners.
In regard to the space, are these all for main floor space, or do some of them include mezzanine space?
As I said, virtually all properties of this nature has some degree of mezzanine space, storage space.
Do you have the breakdown?
No, we don't do that because they don't lease out that way.
So if
There is no separate lease areas for the mezzanine spaces as far as discernible amount that we can come up with a leasable rate for mezz or storage. They're treated as effectively one commercial economic unit.
Well, my question is, if we took one as an example and had a lease rate that encompassed the main floor area, but at some point a mezzanine was developed, you don't know if the reported rate includes that mezzanine or includes just the main floor
Or
area.
if the lease was already in place and the tenant decided I want a mezz space.
So you don't know that information, though. Okay.
You're splitting hairs there. At that point, we wouldn't be able to distinguish that.
Well, you can save your comments for your summation. Comparable number 28, do you know the negotiation behind this lease? Was this an RFP that was sent to the market by the government of Manitoba?
All I know is what they reported on the actual INEs and what we have reported. As far as internal information that was not on the INEs, they're sworn at.
This is a Crown Corporation, correct? And do you know if it was a complete turnkey operation or shell space?
I couldn't comment other than what's on the actual INEs.
Is the infrastructure similar to a car dealership, to your knowledge?
The bay is very large. I've been through it. That would be similar to the bays that we'll be working on. They have large overhead doors, boardroom on either side. As far as the office space, I've been in the office space there as well. Probably a bit more office space, given the nature of the use. But overall, this is a large building orientated towards having vehicles pull in, be looked at by MPI, examined by MPI, and the staff associated with that.
So are you familiar with the government of Manitoba leasing standards?
I did not examine those, Mr. Mikel.
3570 Portage. What's the use in this? Have you inspected?
I haven't been in 3570 Portage, no. Actually, sorry, I apologize. Auto Gallery, right?
No.
No, this is Boyd Auto Body. I've been in this property, but we have discussed it on numerous times.
So, but you haven't gone to inspect it
No, I have
after our discussions?
No, I have not.
And you are aware from our discussions that it is primarily an office?
That's your indication,
And,
yes.
and that there are 2 bays for detailing?
That's your indication, yes.
So you were told this information?
Yes.
Number 3680 Portage, 7,200 square feet. Is that plan area?
Again, that's the area that's being reported to us.
But there is a mezzanine, is there not? It's in your
I
physical...
said at all these properties, there's usually some storage space, mezzanine space. We don't separate them out. We treat them as one commercial economic unit.
Within the property attributes of the Winnipeg Assessment Department, does it not indicate that there is a mezzanine of approximately 400 square feet?
As I indicated, from years past in the cycles when we started, there used to be segregated spaces for all of these. As we went through each and every cycle, we removed those segregated spaces and treated every one of these as one.
That's not my question.
The question was directly, was it mezzanine?
I explained, I didn't segregate the areas out for these.
So is 7,200 plan area,
There would have to be some mezzanine space.
and there is mezzanine space?
Yes.
As a result, why did you not adjust your lease rate to reflect the mezzanine space so that we were comparing the subject who also has mezzanine
They're
space?
reporting 7,200 square feet.
On
That's
plan
what we-
area. Would it not have been fair to look at 1250 for plan area on the subject to maintain reliability in your valuation?
Again, Mr. Neutral, I believe you're splitting hairs. We're doing a complete analysis.
You can't offer an opinion on an answer to a question.
I've answered your
on
question.
my question.
If you don't like the question, if you don't like the answer,
I just
Mr.
want to know
Paul,
that.
just answer the question. Don't editorialize. The answer is,
I said I'm not sure of the mezzanine space size.
okay.
The number 31, 2537 Pemina, And you had referred to a statement made on page 30. I'm sorry, that's not for that site, is it? The statement, page 30.
There was two sites.
30 is 1486 region?
Yeah, and there was another site for 3 million at 2537.
Okay, so those two don't, other than being the same party that purchased.
I'm
They're not-
indicating under oath that that's what I was told.
Yes.
I do have that information. I misplaced that information for printing of this actual brief. If there's any issues with seeing, I can produce that email as well. It was simply that when I was printing for the last cycle, the respondent to this didn't give me that information until the briefs were ready for last.
Yeah, okay, no,
So I have this information, I've looked at it, I've reviewed it, it is exactly identical and accurate.
Okay. No, I'm just looking, these two aren't the same property, I missed that point. I just was aware the purchaser is the same, correct, Patterson Group?
Yes, and I spoke to the real estate manager, I explained all the ins and outs of what we're dealing with, and she confirmed this through their automotive division.
And you were aware, or were you not aware, that at time of sale, that acquisition of the franchise was planned to relocate it to the Waverly Auto Mall and sell this for land value?
She did not indicate that.
And so you weren't aware of it?
I'm pretty sure the real estate manager and Patterson's automotive division would have been aware of that and would have conveyed that information back to myself, given the nature of our conversation.
You weren't aware of it though, correct? Page 15, every single comparison here.
15?
Page 15, what is the title right that was subject of the lease that you're quoting?
I did not look into that information, Mr. Neufeld.
Would they not all be leasehold estate in Facein?
Most likely, yes. I don't see any other reason why.
The comparable sales you have on page, further along here, page 22, what are the title rates of these particular sites?
Like I said, I didn't research that, Mr. Sorry, maybe I didn't make it clear. I'm asking this question for as far as the comparable with sales. I did not research that.
Did not research title rates.
No, I did not.
On your model for determining valuation factors, does the model allow for a change in value based on title rates?
I can tell you that I'm not followers.
You don't know the answer?
I can tell you.
Good, okay. The information presented on page 42 and 43. I believe you said this already, but I just want to clarify that the information on determining non-recoverable rates and capitalization rates is taken from the mailers that are returned to your department?
Correct.
And in doing so, and I don't have the right reference here, but I believe that I've seen on past occasions, yes, here it is, page 45, that you follow the IAAO standards. you discussed the municipal board case from 2004. I assume you weren't there?
Nope.
Could you tell me what you meant by, you said the words, a pool of leases?
They're basically using car dealership for leases.
Was there a page that refers to?
Page 36, analysis including market rent, first sentence. There are 4 automotive dealerships located at 3,000 Portage, showing a net market rent range. So, auto dealerships.
So the word pool isn't in here?
No, it's not. I don't think they're valuing pools here.
Okay,
Sorry,
well-
let me speak up, clear.
Your words, not mine. Now, the approval of the infrastructure costs, which was on page 37. You're suggesting that, sorry, I don't know what you're suggesting here, but you weren't at the hearing, but you weren't aware that this decision was an approval of the concept, not the numbers. And the reason they used our numbers is because the assessor failed to present any numbers of his own.
That's not what the assessor said. It's quite clear.
I was there.
Yes, I know, and the order is quite explicit.
Okay, so you're not aware of that.
Page 37.
Did you read anything in the
Yes, I
order?
did. I'm reading
Yes,
to
did you
now.
read
Point
anything
3,
in the
page
file?
37.
Yes.
With respect to the issue allowance for non-recoverable infrastructure costs, the board had limited evidence from the assessor. The main argument advanced by Mr. Kazook was that the market rent rate would reflect the common element interests. There's another point on page 37. Top of the page, Mr. Kazook argued that the market rent will recognize the value of the common element interest, and therefore the board ought not to allow a deduction for non-recoverable infrastructure costs. So
Well,
basically, he disagreed with them.
Yes, but in the bottom of page 37, the board did not, they're speaking of the previous board, did not make any allowance for the significant additional infrastructure expenses.
They applied-
And
they
this
applied-
board chose to, correct?
Correct.
Now, on page 31 are the attendants. I'm referring to Mr. Brian Peter at Dillon Consulting. Did you have an opportunity to read his report which was entered into evidence?
No, I did not.
Oh, you had suggested that you haven't seen anything submitted. You're not aware that Mr. Peter provided a 75-year calculation on these costs?
No, and I wouldn't be using something that was based, and I'll get to that in cross-examination. Pardon, you know what, I'll review, I'll speak to that cross-examination.
But I'm asking, you weren't aware that these costs had been provided at the hearing?
I have
And they
not
were
looked at it.
75-year projections?
No, I'm not aware of that, because I have not.
Okay. It's just that you had said that you didn't have any information presented to you in terms of costs yet at this hearing. I'm saying that you were.
I said
And
I
you're
haven't
not
had
aware of
any
that.
information on the INEs, which would require that on the INEs, sign to be complete, true, and accurate for any infrastructure costs. And they're not on the INEs, which is our source pool of information that we go from. We don't go from orders that are, or evidence that was submitted from 15 plus years ago. The same way we would have grabbed rents from 15 plus years ago and apply it to an income stream today.
So, okay, but you weren't, the question was you weren't aware that a calculation had been provided. On page 30, this email from Pattison Group, was the nature of your request disclosed?
Yes.
And that was what was the nature of the request?
We use it to determine what lease rates are. We use it for our model work. We use it for our field events. Now, I explained to the person, the manager, explicitly that this is something that's a conflict of interest.
So were they aware that this information would be presented in litigation? I support in actions against their competition.
I explained it's for appeal purposes and moral purposes.
Appeal of their own property or appeal of others?
I didn't get into specifics. That's an unwarranted conversation between information we're allowed to ask from an occupier of the property.
Would it not be practice in the assessment department to, upon taking the step of extra verification, to let the party know what the use is for?
I believe I just said I did.
That they weren't
Appeal, defense,
You
and
said
goal
they-
preparation.
They weren't aware, you're not aware if they knew it was for use against other people.
I cannot
including their
tell them that
competition.
I'll be dealing with this specific property, that specific property, this appeals. I cannot name individual appeals that I'm not even aware or haven't been filed yet. I simply use a blanket statement, it's for a role.
You understand that in
And
any
it's-
judicial process that someone who's giving evidence, it has to be disclosed to him why he's giving evidence. On page 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is it your testimony that these were supplied by the owner in response to request for information?
Excuse me? We mailed out this I&E with sales mailer attached to it, they filled it out and sent it back.
Okay, and is it your testimony that this is the information that was provided to you then?
This is the information we had on file since they submitted it, I think it was stamped 07 October,
Has it been altered in any way?
other than the redacting of the person's contact information and name, yes.
Okay, so you're saying that page 4 blacked out the name.
And page 6. And page 8. And did not need to do that on page 9 or on page 10, as this was submitted electronically, which means you can't sign it, obviously, but there would be a user ID number that is explicitly only known to the property owner and any agent that they would authorize to fill it out.
So
you need no.
your answer, page 4, 6, and 8, you blacked out signature lines, and that was the only alteration that you were aware of?
Other than the highlighting, I don't know if there's an issue with the highlighting.
And the highlight, okay. The chair did give me, it actually gave me 4 pieces of paper, not 3, so
Bonus.
I went a little more, a few more questions. The subject sale of their property, who was the vendor? I think you.
The vendor is West Chrysler Dodge Limited. It's at the top right-hand corner.
Right, and that's, you provided company's branch of vendor and purchaser, is that correct?
Correct.
So, page 13, vendor are Carl and Ron Eisbrenner,
Correct.
and the purchaser are James McManus and Gord Moores.
Yep. That's what the search has indicated.
And I had asked you earlier if you were aware of if the dealership sold at the same time, and the goodwill and the inventory. On this particular sale, were you aware whether or not they sold as well?
They checked off no.
That's how they checked off.
If
Did
you
they
look up
sell?
at the top, fourth line, were any other items other than real estate included in the purchase price? No.
That's not my question. Did at the same time a transaction occur between Mr. Eisbrenner's and Mr. McManus and Moores to sell the franchise, the goodwill, and the inventory, to your knowledge?
I don't know how that would be transposed back to the assessment department between a business sale.
Do you know or not?
No, I don't know.
But you do know that the Eisbrenners operated it before, and Mr. McManus operates it now, correct?
Right.
and they're still selling Dodge and Chrysler products.
Were you aware of any undue pressure on this sale? And I will speak specifically
To the contraction of Chrysler and the closing of dealerships.
You just said I didn't know anything about it. There was a business sale. How could I know that if I just answered your
Well, at
question?
the same time, City of Winnipeg, 2 Chrysler dealerships closed, correct?
That would be right, in my recollection.
And what about Mr. Eisbrenner's, the 2 Eisbrenners, their other operations in the automall? Did you research to see if they changed hands at the same time as
No,
well?
I did not. I looked at the specific.
So specifically, I'm speaking of 100-3965 Portage, and the body shop operated at Unit 50, 3965 Portage. You didn't check into those?
No, I did not.
Okay. Those are my questions on the evidence, and then I have rebuttal.
Before we get to panel members' questions, if the panel members concur, I would like to take a recess to read the municipal board order and determine whether the panel may have questions based on what we read. Concur? Okay, we will take a short recess then.
Okay, let's go.
We will resume questions of the panel, questions by the panel of Mr. Paul. Mr. McIntyre.
I have no questions.
Mr. Buss.
The land to building ratio of 6.88, is that good for a car dealership?
Oh,
Low, high?
typically, what I've seen in the marketplace, more line of their inventory is critical. Keeping cars on the site. Typically, what I've seen, 6 to 1 is reasonable. 8 to 1 is kind of 10 to 1 is kind of what you see, but what you see predominantly in the marketplace is that there's additions being put onto smaller properties, increasing their square foot areas to service the clientele, simple clientele. So what's been going on typically is those land to building ratios have been falling because of the bigger dealerships. The bigger dealerships tend to be pushed from manufacturers.
That's my next question. Was there addition put on, did you say, on this
Yes, there
dealership?
was. If you look at my page, page 20, there was a supplemental assessment for 17, 18, and 19. It was for this little gray area here, which had an addition.
That was put on, you're saying, in 17?
We dealt with it for 17, 18, and 19.
I'm sorry, didn't hear you.
17, 18, and 19. Yes, there were supplemental assessments.
So it was completed in 17 then? Is that what you're
Yes, I don't recall the exact date.
Is there do you have a copy of the permit in here that was taken out to do that?
No, I don't. It's a relatively small addition put onto the large properties.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Looking at your sales on page 15,
Sales or comps?
I'm sorry, the comparable rent. There was the 2537 10. Sorry, but I'm not understanding. Why was it much higher than the others? What was the arrangement there?
If you look on page 30, which is similar to feminine comparable, these are both basically the same exercises to purchase these agreements. Basically, they paid a little bit of a premium above market rent to have the option to walk away from the property if they were to purchase it or not. Entered into the agreement, lease, the intent was to purchase, as you can see, it's right in the email. So the ownership group did not have the option to walk away, or to say, no, I won't sell, but the leasee had the option to buy or to walk away. So there's a bit of a premium on it.
There's a new apartment going up beside that property. Is that in relationship?
I couldn't
Don't know.
I've heard, to be quite honest with you, I presented this information, and it's been challenged by appellants. I've heard numerous arguments for it. I got it straight from the actual property manager in the audit. I'm going to trust that the information that we have been presented.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all my questions. Mr. Nichols, your evidence.
Sorry, rebuttal.
Your rebuttal.
Number of documents.
Thank you.
We're in trouble.
Thank you.
Okay, now are these for Trevor's too? or this is
No,
just
yeah,
yours?
for Trevor's too, and I'll get the extra copies as required. But we had made arrangements beforehand, and we discussed that we thought we would share rebuttal information, so I'm just getting extra copies. And what do I have?
Can I get a moment to review these?
Certainly.
Is that it?
No, well, I was going to hand this out. Trevor's going to hand it out, and it's going to refer to us because he has to testify to it. It's on some other decisions.
Decisions of the municipal board or decisions
This
of-
board on the infrastructure costs relating to the mall within this current assessment cycle. And I wasn't there, Trevor was there, so.
Bear in mind that our policy is we give very little weight, if any
No.
at all, to previous decisions
And that's-
made even in this year by a different panel when we can't understand why they came to the conclusion.
Yeah, you don't have to apologize for your inconsistencies.
Thank you.
We respect that. And
So let's not take a lot of time with it.
No, I'm just saying that they have to be testified to, and that's why Trevor is going to hand them out. And they're going to refer to this property as well when he gets up that way.
So I'm not entering this in evidence at this
Oh.
time, is that what you're telling me?
No, just getting back to, since you're standing up, you don't need to walk over, Trevor.
No, I can do
Okay,
that.
sorry about that.
David,
Yes?
page 8 of this document. Why would you have an assessment brief for the assessment department? It looks like it's, I'm not sure. No hearing date, file number, nothing. What is this associated to?
Mr. Nichol?
Page 8 of the document.
Why is this here?
There's some procedures in there that are of interest to I believe.
In the following materials, this is the cover page 4.
Page 4, yes. Just to show where it was presented.
You're not showing where it was presented from. There's no indication where it's from. And on the following page, there's a redacted comparable list of operating expenses 1 through 6. That doesn't say location, age, area.
They're not being meant to rely on the numbers, so it's irrelevant.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
No, I still want to know why, like, what is this intent of this?
Well, why don't we see that when Mr. Newfold explains what is significant about this, and then the board can determine what sort of weight it might give to this.
Which one are we doing first?
Mr. Newfold, where do you want to start?
The brown one. This is an article published by the Appraisal Institute. That's the U.S. Accreditation organization, and we do follow the same standards. And what I wanted this board to see was some descriptions on page 100 and 101. And in regard to the ability to tax intangible assets for ad valorem tax purposes is the nature of this article. And on page 100, the issue here is that the sales and some of the rents the assessor brought forward included these personal property assets, and I just want to do a listing here. Top advertising campaigns.
Sorry, can you just clarify that? You're saying that the rents brought forward by the assessor include the value of intangible assets?
When the entire asset was traded, which included the real estate, the business, the goodwill, and the inventory. Now, the assessor's admission was they were still operating the same dealership before and after the sale. That's as far as he was going to go. My rebuttal says the transaction included more than just that it was an allocation of a broader sale. And I can speak to that personally on many of these sites as they are clients of mine. But before I get to there, I want to explain what else gets included in the sale.
Okay.
And the list, this is, we're going somewhere else.
If this is unusual, not normal, not something the board has seen before, fine, a little bit of detail. Otherwise,
No, don't worry, we're not getting a ton of detail.
Okay.
I'm just going to point out the ones here. Intangible personal assets, advertising programs, agreements. Skipping to the next column, customer lists. Pause here. Before the sale, for some reason I bought a truck from the old dealership Westport. Winnipeg Dodge contacts me a year later and says, we saw you bought a truck. You want to buy another one. That's a customer list. You bought it. You got it when you transfer. That's firsthand. Customer relationships get transferred. Employment contracts. All the staff say the same. It was the same salesperson who contacted me. Favorable financing. You saw it already. Franchise agreements. The Dodge franchise. Government contracts. Fleet contracts. Get assigned to a dealership. The dealership has the right. So if the city of Winnipeg has a fleet contract and it was awarded to one particular dealership, that sells with the dealership. And the fleet contract isn't just the purchase of vehicles, it's the service. marketing and promotional materials, non-compete covenants. The downsizing that was happening in the auto industry, everybody knew 2 or 3 cars or dealerships were being shut down. Same with GM dealerships. Those that survived had to meet standards to stay in the business. And there's undue pressure on the sale. Winnipeg Dodge stayed in the business. Regulatory approvals, same issue. Page 101, brand names, intangible assets, going concern value, professional goodwill, and title rights, real property assets that they got with it. And what that speaks to is this document here, which is the condominium declaration of the site, which excerpts are included in my report. All of this gets included in the sale. And this refers to every car dealership that's been listed here, and either for sale for sure, and on lease side it was just the 2537 Penman on lease side. Next document is keeping in the same area is this document here, no color in the front. Pages 1 and 2 are excerpts from the IAAO. Now, these refer to sales that are used in mass appraisal, not site-specific, but mass appraisal. So the assessor in questioning admitted that the model developed these these values. So you can see that there's a long list of ones that you should not use, okay, so leasebacks, adjoining property owner, personal property, related parties, uninformed buyers and sellers, and just a sampling of these, and it tells you what to look at. Page 2, government agencies, charitable religious education, financial institutions, relatives, corporate affiliates, estates, judicial order, Section 5.5, large corporations, pension funds, real estate investment trust, and 5.6, multiple parcel sales. Page 3 is a review of some of the capitalization rate information, and some of you have seen this before, but I do update this on a continuous basis. These are the ones that have been put forward to prove the model is good, not to be relied on for the subject. So in a sampling of these, over 50% of them either fail to meet someone's standard or are just incorrect. Now, the biggest problem with all of these is that they use the income and expense information to develop a cap sale, and certain that the sale itself was not based on the city's mailers. They have different information. It's not appropriate to make a cap. Now, our company recognized this years ago, and we became very concerned because a sale is a point in time, as are the income and expense returns a point in time. They don't match up. On pages 8 to 24 are 4 consecutive cover pages that were provided by Collier's management for every year that we submitted income and expense information or sales information on properties. And in red, we've highlighted the properties that we have referred to that we managed. What we always say on page 10, we expressly prohibit use of this data for the creation of capitalization rates or rates of return, as this data was not created for that purpose, nor was it produced for any sale or at any time of sale. And the paragraph immediately above that is we take a step further, and this would refer to submissions by parties that may not be aware that their evidence is going to be used at a board. I was aware, our company is aware that when we submit that this could go the wrong way, so we state that is not intended to provide support for any legal action without the owner's permission and proof of liability coverage. The information is presented without editing, estimating, commentary, or judgment, so that in any future litigation, reliance will not be presented in a misleading fashion. So this is a disclaimer that we have to make because the information presented by the assessment department to support their assessment should not, cannot rely on information which has been expressly denied to them. In the case of these so-called capitalization sales, you can see that 294 Portage, 177 Lombard, 3166 Portage, 3670 Roblin, and 1100 Waverly all had express restrictions that we had provided to them. We knew they weren't good cap sales because those buildings, make a long story short, were virtually all in the process of reabsorbing to the market. And they weren't sold on the basis of income and expense forms for previous years. They were sold on the basis of forward projections. And 1100 Waverly is a great example where the 3 years prior that the city may have had in their possession are completely pointless because the place was empty after Hydro vacated. It filled up, and right after it filled up, it was sold. Not a year and a half later, right after it filled up. Then, so the income is going to be different from the assessor has. And on top of that, fill-up was based on a 10 and 20-year DCF-style evaluation, where the first few years were going to be at a lower income with increases stepped in by method of renewal. And what that means is that you had your going-in rate, which was low, but your forced renewal in year 5 was higher. A great example is Tower Engineering, their biggest tenant. Going-in rate was low. Tower Engineering put in their own TIs. However, renewal was required to be at market for a similar building, not reflecting their TIs. So there we had a creative bit of financing, number one, and number two, an indication that the going-in cap rate wasn't the basis for the sale. It was the real estate investment comes to fruition in years 5 to 10. So you can't use it for an in-place capitalization rate. It wasn't meant for that. And that was typical with many of these buildings. And my point here is we told the assessor, they ignored us. They also don't have permission, they ignore this. 3401 Rollin, government, doesn't meet standards. Portfolio sales are in there, renovation projects are in there. Our famous 333 Ward, which as we sold, is in there. 90 Park Lane was not an investment sale, it was an owner who was putting two companies together, purchased for their use. 225 Watt was not even an industrial, it was consulting, more like an office building, and prior to sale was listed for sale, page 4, got Cushman's sign on it. Right after the sale, it's empty. The tenant didn't go with it. It's not a cap rate sale if the tenant doesn't go with it. They're misclassified. 1100 Waverly is office retail, not industrial, so it's a botched out job on cap rate. On page 7 are definitions from the Appraisal Institute, and we provided the Appraisal Institute publishes 3 different definitions of market value. One from Sauder School of Business, one from the International Valuation people, and they're all at the bottom. They have the credit as to where they come from, and they're all deemed acceptable. Now, earlier I read the definition listed in 18.8.4.II. In 18.8.4 IV, I think this is the one we've got to focus on. The price represents the normal consideration for the property sold unaffected by special or creative financing or sales concessions granted by anyone associated with the sale. Every single automobile dealership includes creative financing when they include a sale of the business at the same time. So the issue here is, let's ask them if it was just real estate. You don't do that. It's out. It's just out. You can't rely on it. You can't adjust something, when somebody sold the real estate at the same time they sold their business, and it's all connected, they continue on with the same operation, you don't use it. Unless you're doing a valuation of what we call a value in use, which is not taxable. So the procedure is wrong. The only procedure you can follow for a sale or a rent to be used in this board is one that does not involve any special considerations. This also refers to tenant improvements. I did ask the question on the assessor's rent comparables, numbers 1 to 27. Did you check if there were TIs that were amortized and repaid in the rent? Did not know the answer. Well, we know it's a common practice. If you do not provide this board with information that states that it does not include it, and which means you don't just go to the mailer and rely on the mailer, you got to go to the actual data. You cannot rely on them. Now, on that subject, I'm just going to interject some verbal rebuttal as well before I move to the last issue. And on the rents that were provided to you, number 28 is government. It's put out by an RFP by Manitoba government up to Manitoba government standards. So if you're in the business, you know when these RFPs come that they also send you about 150 pages of government standards that have to be met and complied with.
Which number is that?
Comparable number 28 on page 15. Which is why I provide you with the information, don't use government deals, not for mass appraisal. Now, when these RFPs go to the market for lease space, it's not just market rent for a building, and it's also a build-to-suit project, which brings in the component of recovering our investment on a more rapid rate. It wasn't an existing building that was available for lease on the market. It was build the building, lease it back. Always a premium for that. It's out. And by the way, I showed you the IAAO. Call it a lease back. It's out. 3570 Portage. I mean, it's an interesting sidelight, and we have different numbers on it. And I'm sure the assessor can deal with that, but it's an office building. It's Boyd's head office. We have a small 2-bay detailing facility, and there used to be a consumers distributing building, and I've inspected it. It is their head office. It's not suitable for comparison. 3680 Portage is a arm's length transaction negotiated on the definition of market value. However, there is a mezzanine in there. The lease reads 7,200 feet. It is the valuator's responsibility to compare apples to apples. Take a look at what the mezzanine quotient is in there, and then look at the mezzanine in the subject. And you can't pick plan area rates and force them on mezzanine space. In this case, they have the data in their possession. I did a quick calculation. I think the rate is in the neighborhood of 1184 square foot, and we've used 1132 in our calculation based on that. So I think we may have had a slightly, the mezzanine numbers from years ago, and I wasn't sure if it was 500 feet or 680 feet. And 2537 Pembina is, of course, doesn't remotely meet the definition of market value. And incidentally, the real issues on that particular sale were that the options were all taken out at point of sale. The motivation of the owner was to relocate in Waverly Auto Mall. They had an option on the last piece of land that they could actually get into, but because there's a condominium agreement, the owners wouldn't give them access off their street. So they had to abandon that and go back to this. But their plan was to buy it, acquire the dealership, and move it. Take the land that they had purchased, and there was already a conditional deal on the works, and sell it for apartment space. The world knew about it. The industry knew about it. They weren't shy about it. And that all falls under that category of creative financing. So you don't adjust these sales. We're dealing with excess motivation. Getting back to my other piece of rebuttal information, which is the one in blue, and what this deals with are primarily non-recoverable expenses. The issue here is that the city of Winnipeg is acting on its own with their change in their policy. They don't have support. They're governed by the Municipal Assessment Act, which declares market value as the consideration. Market value isn't determined by a user's policies, it's determined by the market. This is the way the market acts. Page 1, typical brokerage statement. Last column, net effective rent, 7% discount. That's to account for non-recoverables. So this is what a broker gives a property owner and says, we're going to get you a rent, let's call it $10. But at the end of the day, you're only putting $9.30 in your pocket because 7% goes for non-recoverables. Everybody knows it in brokerage, every landowner knows, property owner knows it. Page 2 and 3 is an article from, again, this is the U.S. Appraisal Institute. It's an older article, but it's very good at discussing these issues of paying attention to your non-recoverables. You don't ignore them. Page 4 is from the IAAO again, and the IAAO does not mandate an expense amount. What it tells the users is that these multipliers and rates should always be extracted from actual income and sale price data obtained from properties that have recently been sold. Actual. Not market, not made up, actual. Now, takes us through to page 5, which is presented to you in writing, filed as evidence under oath. There are 4 examples that we have recently uncovered of tampering with evidence presented to this board. And I'm not a lawyer, nor am I saying anything about an opinion, but my indication of a reading of the Manitoba Evidence Act, as well as others, is that tampering with evidence is a perjury, and perjury in Manitoba is an indictable offense, which means mandatory custodial sentencing requests. It's a serious thing, that's all I want to say about it. It's not a little thing. Hey, we forgot to put it in. Yeah, it's no big deal. No, it's a big deal. You're lying to a judicial panel. Now, the 4 here have all in common is that at one point in time, the city assessor made a request for evidence or information on the mailer, such as they asked from the property owner. They're all generally referred to this page here, which is called the questionnaire that has the columns. They're all computer generated, which means that all of them were submitted by the owner online. They all gave me copies of what they submitted online as well. We went back to the city's website, their private site, my property site, and found the actual submission. Then we compared them against 4 cases, which we just recently found out, so I don't know how many more there are out there, where line items were deleted. The details on the line item deletion is presented here. They were all non-recoverable expenses that were deleted. And the amounts are listed here, including one just last night. I think that aside from where this goes, the issue I'm raising with you is that the reliability of the model is not just undermined, but does not exist. It's not, we need an adjustment. It's we did something that was so totally improper as to invalidate the whole model. One particular assessor went on to say that 50% of all owners don't know how to fill out this form, taking this form. And I asked back, I said, well, how do you do your cap rate studies? You just invalidated half of your returns. And that's the issue. Now, we know this to be, none of this on page 5 is my opinion. I'm just presenting a summary of the evidence that has occurred. So, at least 3 documented cases where the city removed non-recoverable costs, and then they come back. Page 6 is their statement. For the 2020 general assessment, the City of Winnipeg Assessment and Taxation Department analyzed expense, income and expense information reported by property owners to derive model-generated estimates of net operating income. This analysis is evidence that the 2% non-recoverable expense allowance included in the model-generated NOIs is consistent with market data. Not only is it not consistent, it's faulty. Page 7 is an excerpt from a municipal board valuation that was submitted for a hearing to be heard June 2019. This was for a 2014 appeal of 2012 values. Now, my point here is that nothing in the world changed for general valuation standards. Nothing has changed since the 1920s. The article I've given you from the MAI in the US was written in '91. Nothing's changed since then. This is the way we do it. So prior to this period, the description is here of non-recoverable operating expenses, 5% and 2%. And on page 7 it says that the expenses in the 5% are for advertising, professional fees, and then structural repairs. And 2% for other. Now the next 3 pages are an excerpt from an appraisal submitted to the municipal board for a 2014 appeal, 2012 value. This, because it was an appraisal, I removed the personal information. I later read the Evidence Act and I was concerned about copyright violation because you can't reproduce somebody's appraisal or any opinion of value without violating copyright. But the Manitoba Evidence Act says if it's been submitted, obviously voluntarily, at a board in the past, it's fair game. So I shouldn't have had to take the names out, but I still did. My point here is that when the city has to do site-specific work, page 9, they throw out the model for shortfall and do actuals. Significantly different. On page 10 is a description of management expenses that are applied at 5%, and then other expenses for structural repair. So the 2% has always been structural repair. So basically today, structural repair still exists. Non-recoverables are gone. The numbers mean nothing, not relying on them, except for percentages to show that. In the assessor's workup, and I just want to make sure I get the proper quotation here. Okay, I can't find it right offhand, but as support of this, they frequently bring in 3 municipal board cases. One was 2184 McPhillips, the other was 2188 McPhillips, and I forget the other one. In all of those cases, only once has the non-management fee been denied, and that was on the case, of 2184 McPhillips. One case in at least 20 years that they're relying on. Now that particular case, page 11 and 12, is an excerpt from an appraisal done by Stevenson Advisors under contract to the City of Winnipeg to provide assistance at municipal board. And this is why I was a little bit worried about 2 of our board members from that time period. Stevenson Advisors presented this. Page 11 and 12 is an excerpt from that particular appraisal. The bottom line on each page As stated above, no actual financial statements were available for review. So they were prepared with a lease and a rent roll, no financial statements. They claimed no non-recoverables because they hadn't been given this information. It's improper. There was a revision to one of those orders on page 13. Subsequent to that, the person who wrote this appraisal, both appraisals, retracted their valuation on the basis that they weren't given adequate information. That person carried this around with me everywhere I go. I signed an affidavit. Right here.
Can I get that put into evidence, please?
And provided to me.
Mr. Newell?
I want that in evidence.
You're relying on it, please?
Can't. It's governed by Court of Queen's Bench, and I'm under judicial restraint, so I don't
I
provide.
will disregard that.
That's fine. I will say whether or not one exists, the person who wrote it has to
We don't want to
retract.
hear it. We can't see it, we don't want to hear it.
Well, now it's verbal evidence by my own testimony. I was there, firsthand. Are you saying I can't provide firsthand information that I witnessed without an
I'm
affidavit?
saying that if there's an affidavit, we'd like to see it.
Okay.
If we can't see it, you won't give it to us,
Then you
we will
will
give it suitable weight.
you will ignore the affidavit, but you can't ignore my verbal testimony.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was there. I know specific details of what happened in this case. And the reasons for the retraction. It does not meet the price standards. So they can't, it's not alliance. And the last piece of evidence is municipal, provincial assessor is still using 5% and 2%, and that's shown on page 15. Authority for taxation and assessment is provincial by our Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The city has secondary permission to use it and operate their own assessment branch, but that does not give them the right to change the definition of market value. Market value is in the Act. Without a statutory assessment policy passed in law, they can't change and take off 5%. And that's my rebuttal.
Questions?
Yes. Try and hit the major points as we go on there. Starting off with this here. You said it was from 1991 in the U.S. article, correct?
When I said 1991
That's
was
what you said.
this article
Issued in 1991.
on page 2 of this document.
Is this article from 1991? This is what you said when you were reading this article?
No, I said this article was 91, because it's marked at the bottom, Appraisal Journal, 1991.
Okay, so you did say that this was a U.S. article based on U.S.
Originally published 2010.
So this is from the U.S., correct? You said its sister is the Canadian Standards?
No, this was published in the United States by the Appraisal Institute. This is a textbook that both Canadian and U.S. people use.
Why would you not be using the Canadian standard if we have a sister standard?
Oh, because we don't have our own publication like this. We follow and agree with them. This did not come to me by going to the U.S. This came to me by going through the Canadian Institute, the Appraisal Institute of Canada, who then directed me to the U.S. Institute for documentation.
Okay. So many of this, if you go through here, intangible personal property, you just generally kind of went through it pretty quick. Basically, a lot of this is basically how to value property with business and use, things of that nature, intangibles.
Well, it's a general discussion on the problems that people face in separating the intangible assets from ad valorem requirements.
Okay. The municipal board, through various orders, multiple orders, already indicates how we're supposed to be valuing property in this province. So we shouldn't be using
No,
a U.S.
sorry.
article that has no bearing on the jurisdiction which we work under.
No, I'm sorry, the municipal board doesn't dictate how things should be valued. They make case law based on evidence put before them.
Pretty sure that's their exact specific purpose for valuation.
Is to rule on case law. The provincial legislature dictate the rules. The municipal board interprets valuation issues and issues rulings on a site-specific issue.
What's value? What's
They issue a
value?
site-specific on the evidence presented before them.
Okay. Getting to this docket here.
Much like this board is saying, I'm not putting weight in previous decisions, their board will say the same thing.
Getting to this information submittal here. Can you please turn to page 3? You're indicating that portfolio sales should not be used.
That's what the IAAO says for
Okay,
mass
thank
appraisal.
you. And you're indicating that 295 Portage had about 20% vacancy at the time of sale. It shouldn't be used.
Well, it shouldn't be used because
In
it
black and
was-
white.
That's what I wrote.
Thank you. You included here, and we've seen this for numerous agencies, information indicating that we can't use the information that's submitted to us on the IDs.
That's correct.
Can you please show me anywhere in the Municipal Assessment Act or in any case law which indicates the wordage that you have the authority to do so in this jurisdiction?
The owner of the property has the authority to deny usage for issues not covered by the Act. The Act covers that this information is being collected for the purpose of preparing the assessment rule. Nowhere in the Act does it say that it's being used for defense of the assessment rule.
I'd like to make it clear.
So, under contract law, we claim the right that it can't be used.
You claim the right. I'm asking you, in any single page on the Assessment Act or any case law, can you show me where it gives the owner of a property or the agent for an owner authority to explicitly tell us what we can and cannot use when we have the authority to do so in Section 61?
I'm sorry, you're missing the law.
I'm
The
asking.
law doesn't say you can do whatever you want unless I say no. The law says you can only do what I say. In the law, Municipal Assessment Act, it says what you can do with this is to help prepare the roll. Period. It doesn't say I can bring it to court later to slam against somebody else.
So I'll take your lack of answer as there is no such wordage.
The law is not an act where if it doesn't say it, if you can do what you want unless I say so. That's just not the way it works. Actually, there's an interesting case law on this in 1903 in the United States regarding the Constitution, but it's the same concept.
Page 5 of this document here. You refer.
That's one of the blue?
Yes. You refer to that there's been recent incidences of assessors tampering with evidence indicating statutory crime, offense, punishable with a sentence.
No, I just said that's what I know from common knowledge. I wouldn't say in any case that I'm the expert in this matter. I've brought
Are
it up to
any of
say
these
it's
5
serious.
instances, am I involved personally?
You know, I can't answer that because I know that this is being dealt with in other matters, and my purpose of bringing it to this board today was to show unreliability, period.
Let me rephrase
We're not looking for punitive action. There are other people who can do punitive action.
Let me rephrase that. Provide me with file numbers, specific address or roll numbers for each individual incidents. Do you have that?
I have that information.
Can you provide that?
No, because you're not the authority.
Page 8. You redacted information based on this. Can you please indicate what this is, and specifically the assessment year, the assessor involved, the property, or the file number?
Page 8, I did provide the year. I don't have the file number in front of me. May I request that the board order me to answer that question?
I think that stands as a given.
Okay, no, I just want to be clear on the Evidence Act. When you order me, I have to answer, and I'm fine with that. I just, there's some privacy issues that if I'm stepping over the line, it's because you're ordering me, not answer a question.
Please answer the question.
Thank you. Page 8 was a municipal board appraisal written by Nicholas Ruda for the 2014 assessment appeal of 3161 Portage based on 2012 data.
What was the date that this was issued? What was the date that it was heard on?
Heard it did not.
Or was going to be heard on?
Yeah. I don't have that in front of me, but I believe it was sometime in 2017.
So, as far as this information is concerned, our policy changed for the 2020 assessment. So when you're dealing with the prior years, we would be including the 5% because we would deal with equity.
Well, the issue...
That would be the proper way to handle it.
The issue under which this was...
So this would be misleading,
No.
the panel.
The introduction as to why this was introduced was to explain what these expenses were. I didn't say
You misled
it
the
was...
panel by removing the information from the years that
I'm
was
sorry,
associated.
you're not going to accuse me of misleading unless you do it in a formal manner. That's not right. You can't just argue misleading just because it's your opinion. Misleading has to be something that's followed with proof. I said to this board that it was presented at a hearing, and I pointed out that we can use a site-specific shortfall. That was reason number one. Reason number two, that there were management expenses, and here's what they were presented for. And there were other expenses, and here's what they were presented for. That was the intent of bringing it forward.
You said
This
was
is
done
not
at a hearing.
actually new information, correct?
That
You
is
have previously asserted that the city made use of a policy in the past, your contention being that it should carry on. Am I correct?
Yes, and the fact that the recent change was change in policy and not change in market.
I think that that's sufficient information for the board.
I mean, one
make
follow-up
this.
question for that. You indicated this was done at a hearing. Was this information prepared for a hearing,
It was
or did
prepared
this
for
hearing
a
actually happen?
The hearing,
Or associated with it?
no, it was filed for a hearing, and the hearing never occurred.
I'll be able to do the rest of it rebuttal. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. McIntyre, questions?
Just one question. This is an actual municipal board order, correct? This is on page 8
Oh, no, it's not,
of your blue.
no. It was evidence submitted for, and it never worked its way into an order. I do have a whole library of orders that do this, and I happen to have this one handy, so.
Okay, no, that was my only question.
Mr. Buck?
No question.
And I have no questions. That takes care of that series of rebuttal documents. Shall we go on to your submission?
Fine. I'm just gonna get a water.
Probably a good idea. All right, shall we proceed?
Thank you. This is a valuation for the review of the assessment for Unit 903965 Portage. The property has a condominium title. It was established in 1999 And the rules for the condominium are in the binder here, and we have put a couple of them in our document. First of all, it's a restricted usage in that the people in the condominium, and that's on page 18 and 19, are the excerpts from this document, that there's the voting right issue is established here, and the unit here shall only be occupied and used for the purpose of sale, leasing, rental, storage, display, repair, and service of new and used motor vehicles. So it is a restricted usage mall. The background on this is a new concept for Winnipeg, but it has been done in other areas. Prior to 2004, Terracon had filed an appeal with Municipal Board on a similar style of concept, although without a condominium title for their sites, because they effectively saying, we have a community here, we have our own roads, we have our own land drainage pond, we have to clean our own streets, we have to do our own lighting, and we've taken over this responsibility. And the case went to the Municipal Board, and the Board agreed. We followed the next year and filed this for Point West Automobile Park on the same basis. And I'm not sure, I think the Waverly Auto Mall made an effort at doing the same thing, but they had a much different system, and they were a little bit more wide open. So at that hearing, which we provided the Municipal Board order on page 8 to 16, was a discussion and decision. And it was a very well-natured debate. For the purpose of this, we hired Brian Peter, who's an engineer at Dillon Consulting. He was the same engineer who did the Terracon work, and he provided a document in which he detailed the costs of operating, and then the costs of maintaining, and then the cost of eventual repairing of the infrastructure. And he did a 75-year window on it, which all the costs were listed out. He also provided this in evidence for this hearing. They were compared against some actual costs incurred by the property owner, which were given to the individual condominium units for splitting up the costs of. Now, so this wasn't under the care and control of one particular automobile dealer. This was under the care and control of the condominium corporation. We're not required to submit income and expense questionnaires. Regardless, this information was supplied. Mr. Peter testified. So what the decision was is that they agreed that operation costs should be deducted from the rent. And these have to do with snow clearing, electricity for the lights, not security, because that was deemed to be part of the business issue, cleaning the streets, painting the streets, cutting the grass, a whole bunch of items that the city normally does, because the city really doesn't step foot into the property. And they were all allowed. The second issue was revitalization of the infrastructure. So what this is to keep the property in good condition, you have to perform ongoing maintenance. An example of that is roads, when you see the guys with the tar sticks come out, and you've got a crack in your road, and they come in and they fill the cracks. Stuff like that. That was included. And you had the cost worked out. And on the 75-year window. And the last cost was eventual replacement, because these things have a life cycle. That was denied because the board said it was too far in the future, and that was the Terracon decision denied it. Too far in the future, you don't know when it's going to happen, and the city itself doesn't even budget for that. So how could you? It's a funny point. So the decision wasn't about specific value, it was about the concept for dealing with a business park. Now, in Winnipeg now, I don't know if we would have anything resembling a business park like this, because, the malls would argue, well, we have it too, but that's not the way they operate. That this was a whole bunch of individual title owners who have taken over responsibility. So the costs calculations were done. How can we ever find out where they were installed in this property? On the basis of sorry, I had a spreadsheet in here.
Page 17.
There you go. Yes, page 17 is our spreadsheet, and this dates back to 2003. And as Mr. Peter had done in his workup, he had used a 2% number for future. So we had the actuals for some points in time, and when we lost the actuals, because I have no access to them, we used his 2%, which is underneath what they have. This is how we came up with our numbers, which, and then they were based on the share of the condominium that the property owner has and applied to them. So the same methodology that the board saw fit for properties such as this. So our line item on this is the condo costs, $14,000 a year. So these are costs that are paid in addition to costs that, to tax costs, and there's a math error here. I'll fix it later. Then below, there's subtraction of future rehab costs, which again is the rehab costs are an additional replacement reserve for off-site costs. It's the same concept as a replacement reserve for a building, but these are their share of the off-site costs. Now, the numbers we've used should have some resemblance, at least, with inflation to the board orders. And the board order, in this case, was $10,700. We've applied $14,118. And infrastructure net present value $43,778, and we've applied $57,764. So I was speaking to Trevor earlier, and he may have some slightly different numbers on there, but the numbers will vary depending on your share of the condominium. The greater your common ownership element is, the more you pay. The rent that we've applied is $11 a foot, and we have some rents on page 3. Now, the ones that we think bear the most attention are number 2, 231 Oak Point. This was built and developed as a motorcycle dealership, and after the motorcycle dealership ceased operations, it was on the market for about 2 years, eventually being leased for car sales. And it has the ability to accept cars in the maintenance area now, and I think that was accomplished by moving an overhead door. That's at $7 a foot. Now, this particular location is deficient from the subject, which would explain the difference in rental rates. On quality-wise, it was a high-quality site when it was built, and it would be considered high-quality, similar quality, inferior location. The next one is 3680 Portage, and we're using $11.32, and we're counting for the mezzanine area. And sorry I didn't get the breakdown, but I think we've got 680 square feet there on mezzanine. I don't have the breakup, but that's a blended rate of mezzanine and upper and lower. So this property is similar in location, albeit slightly better traffic because it has more impulse traffic. It's smaller, which would indicate an interesting economy of scale. It is being used for car sales. There is an obsolescence factor.
Okay, we will resume after that untoward recess due to power failure.
Thank you. 3680 Portage, I was saying, is the rent is $90,000 per year, which indicates $1,250 on just the main floor, but with the mezzanine it's $1,132. We were showing a mezzanine of 750 square feet, and that's from the old owner's records when we were working on that property. So the total is $7,950 after the $7,200. 2554 Portage is a former GM dealership. Location is superior, building is inferior, as there's less land area. Now this was original lease written in 1999 and then sublet in 2015, and that's the sublet lease at 756. And then the rest of these are a bit older, and they're more for just painting a picture of the site. There's some auto body shops as well, current auto body shops. And the reason for including these is the site is half retail, half industrial. And the industrial rates would be represented by body shops, and the front part would be represented by retail if one chose to go down that valuation route. It's a common thing that people would do. So for sake of argument, we know we could look at $8 on the repair facilities and $14-15 on the front as a retail, and blended at 11. That's how we got to our number. Our vacancy is based on a Johnson report for this year, and this is building, and what we've done is a combination of looked at industrial rates and retail rates, as it's a blend of both, and ended up just picking a point in the midpoint. And this is a very common way of appraising auto dealerships that we always do in real life practice. They don't have their own vacancy rate, so it's a mix of the two. That's 6.9%. The non-recoverable number that we presented is 5%, and as an owner-operated facility, they don't track non-recoverables, so we are using that amount, and for our evidence on that is on page 63. Page 63 is Collier's managed properties, and these were for net lease situations where there were still non-recoverables, and what these would be for are items that typically don't get covered in net leases. For example, repairs that the tenant isn't required to do, accounting costs, appeal fee costs, tenant inducements, tenant repairs, leasing commissions, non-recoverable management fees. There's no shortage of items that are included in this. And what the difficulty here is that when a building suffers any sort of a vacancy problem, the calculation of non-recoverables becomes less reliable. So page 68 it shows this. So the numbers at the higher end of the range, 25-30% expense ratios, are basically buildings where turnover was higher. And another example is if you have a space that's vacant and you have to prepare it for the next user, none of those fix-up costs are recoverable because you're responsible for getting the space ready for the next tenant. And a big problem in the last 7 years has been code review, where a new occupancy permit requires a review of code, and then you have to get barrier-free doors up to standard as well as fresh air intakes. So the costs are high. That's why the vacancy one isn't considered. Our goal here isn't to look for the worst case scenario and say, give me that. Our goal here is to look at normalized rates. And they normalize out at 7%, which corresponds to a general application of 5% and 2%. Now so we've applied 5% in that case. The condo costs are here, and you'll notice that there's a math error in that there's supposed to be a negative sign in front of that rather than a positive sign. So the actual NOI is $273,804. Now before we get there, the structural reserve is based on 25 cents a foot, and this is a typical allowance. You can do structural reserve on either a percentage basis on a large investment project or a square foot basis, because that accounts for the major problem in structural, which is the cost of a roof replacement, the most common structural reserve. Now this particular building has it's a metal pre-engineered building with a pitch roof. So the costs in this case would deal with resealing joints and repairing panels as required that deteriorate either from abuse or the weather. And the market norm on this is at the bottom is a range between 15 cents and $1 a square foot for a structural reserve, and we've selected 25%. It should be lower on the basis of the metal pre-engineered building, but higher due to the degree of finish, because we're also having to deal with windows cost, blown seals, a lot more windows in the building. Shortfall is our estimate of the actual, and the actual taxes at the bottom are $362 a square foot. We did not have, we have their utility costs, but we tend to rely on the City of Winnipeg's utility number for business assessment at $235, because reported costs in buildings will vary by user and by vacancy level, and you need a standardized cost, so we're using theirs just to avoid any sort of debate. And lastly, I just wanted to double check the number here on R&M. Yes, okay. So I didn't just recalculate the actual R&M. We have it down at $8.10 a square foot, which is exactly what their statements show. So this is the cost to maintain the shortfall, $14.07 the actual. Well, we're going to actuals on everything. So our NOI does come to $273,804. Capitalization rates, there have been, I'm just trying to think in modern memory if I've ever come across a capitalization rate for an auto dealership, and I can't recall, because it's a property that gets transacted by sale. It's not of user interest. So what we do is we look at a couple of sources. Number one is the Collier's table, and that's reproduced on page 47. So we would then look at what would we see in comparable sites in other areas, and looking at industrial and retail would be our guideline. And in those rates, you can see the range indicated between those two is a low of 6.5 and a high of 8.25. So that's our start range for looking at a number in that range, to know that that is where we should be looking. Secondly, we consider the concept of an auto dealership in the world, and information on page 50 are some notes on the concept, and page 51. So auto dealers, investment grade is low. The reason it's low is because you're at the beck and call of the manufacturer. They can change, markets change. 1999 saw the development of the auto mall. The next development that will happen is online retailing. What will it do to the business? No one's interested in investing in auto malls as an investor. Market supply and demand. We believe that there's below average supply and above average demand. And that's based on relocation, however. And there's an article on page 20 which indicates the concept of relocation, in that these things are always moving, so the new location is of the higher interest, the next flavor of the month, so to speak. But the Point West Auto Mall, in a study done in 2003 study, they surveyed the city of Winnipeg and asked what your favorite destination was to buy cars. So, of the three major areas, which were Waverly, Regent, and Point West scored number 4. I don't, Trevor knows about this and he doesn't like to talk about it, but it's his client. But it became even below West Portage. It's not a good place. It's a designed auto mall. It's a destination place, point of retail. It's not impulse, and it exists because of non-market factors. Number one, manufacturers wanted auto malls. Manufacturers wanted them spread out through market areas, and you basically had decisions to make. Now, this has all been entered in evidence in previous hearings, but different of my clients have received instructions from their manufacturers. Move here, or we'll give the franchise to somebody else. This is where you got to go. Now, in the case of Point West, when the decisions were made for closing down GM dealerships, you know, I saw the numbers. Point West was at the bottom. Should have both been closed down. But based on location factors, General Motors chose to keep one open and close one somewhere else. So it's not hitting the numbers, but it's there because of a non-realty decision, which is a poor investment factor. The high-end dealerships are all moving to Kenniston because that's where the Germans want them to be. There's no secret there. Poor investment. Statement reliability, very poor because they don't have statements. They don't operate income real estate investment. So on a cap rate, what you would do is you would look at 2 or 3 points higher than optimal rates. And you would look at because you want a shorter return period on your investment. You want your investment to coincide with the concept of the use. Now, not only is our use geographically limited and limited by manufacturers, we have another restriction which is legally restricted. We can't put anything else on the site even if we wanted to. And that's the key element. Now, what we ended up doing is, typically we should be seeing a rate of about 10% on this. We think that the other factors that have been applied have accounted for these issues. The inclusion of the condominium costs and the selection of the rental rate have dealt with the factor. Alternatively, one could look at a higher rent and a higher cap, because the concept of valuation isn't, I want to pick the best rent for me and the best cap for me. It's got to have some balance. I believe we picked a rent and a cap rate that balance. As I said, the cap rate on its own would be much higher than this, but on, say, for example, if one were looking at a $13 or $14 rate, you'd have to cap it higher, because no investor in their right mind is throwing away that sort of money on an auto dealership. So we're going back to the real estate value of the site. Now, my recalculation of the NOI is indicating a lower value at $3,422,550. Subtract 57,764 for infrastructure rehab costs. The value is 3,364,786, rounded to 3,365,000. Much lower than the last year's assessment, which is under appeal, by the way, but has been somewhat consistent with the years before last year. This is a forced development. It is not a good investment. Forced development doesn't mean that someone's backing it up with money and making it worth more. It means you're forced to be there. The addition that was put on there occurred after Fiat bought Dodge or Chrysler from Mercedes. And Fiat looked at this as an opportunity to come back to North America, and they had a limited production run of automobiles. In order to get a Fiat dealership, you had to construct your own Fiat space. So here at Winnipeg Dodge, they wanted to expand their product line. They thought it was good, so they put an expansion on. Before construction completed, Fiat changed their mind. And Sergio Marchionne passed away. Sergio Marchionne was the Canadian board president of Fiat in Italy, who expressed desire was to come back to Canada, bring Fiat back. So that's not happening. So the space is obsolete. The land building ratio was a question brought up earlier. Prior to the bankruptcies of the various auto dealers, like GM went bankrupt, Ford had a restructuring, Chrysler got sold twice. The auto manufacturers, the so-called Big Three, had a policy where they would supply cars and hold them in their own inventory so the dealer could pluck them as required. That all changed, and the new way of running a dealership is if the dealer wants a car, take possession. Now they'll extend low or zero interest financing on it, but you were required to take possession. There's no more, I'm going to go to the compound and grab a car. They got to have it. So the net effect is that in 1999, a domestic large-size dealer, 5 acres was good space. In today's world, it's closer to 11 or 12 acres because you've got to store your cars somewhere. Now, as evidence of that, on Point West, when these changes began to occur on page 2, there's a picture of the properties north of that, and that's where the Iceplex is. So at one point, that was the compound for Birchwood, the business, not for my client. He had to have his own site. That has since moved to Headingley. Now, that's where my client stores his cars. He's got 3 acres in Headingley, where he's got his body shop, and they get to store their cars. So they're now at an 8-acre allotment to handle what they need. What that means is when you're looking at dealership rents is that if you want a full-service dealership, come with 10 acres. Now, some operators can do it for less depending on the product line and the way the manufacturer deals with them. A limited run, less cars, and some need bigger ones. This particular one, a Dodge, needs, I would say, 8 to 11 acres, depending how many cars you wish to sell to do all of your job. I guess there's a lot more to this, and I'm going to count on Trevor to fill in the rest. Sorry, I was speaking of capitalization rates before I sidetracked. We do have a couple of representative rates on page 56 and 57, and none of these are automotive dealers. What these would be are buildings in the marketplace. So you, as an investor, ask yourself a question. Would I want to invest in an office at 8% or an auto dealership in the boonies for 8%? And that's an investor's question. And this isn't a good place. Now, in this municipal board decision, I'd like to leave you with a closing comment, the same closing comment I made in this case. And that is that the assessment department seems to be fixated on the bright, shiny objects that are sold in the site. The way to value this for taxation purposes is to ask yourself what happens for alternative use. All the rents that the assessor brought in can be filled with an alternate use. Different business can move in. The auto mall cannot. Legally and market-wise, who's walking in to take over a 40-acre project with some 150,000 square feet of automobile leasing space and doing it? That's the definition of market value. We are dealing with a forced value, a value in use, but market value is a different factor altogether. At this point, the city has the narrowest hinterland of any point in the city on a major thoroughfare in Portage. There's no population base. That's what I told them back then.
That's your conclusion.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Questions?
Yes. Starting on your page 1. You indicated that your vacancy rate is 6.9%.
Correct.
You indicated that's based on the Johnson report, and that's a blending of both industrial and retail.
That's correct.
You indicated your capitalization rate is, you didn't actually indicate where it came from, as there is no actual car dealership that's sold. It can't be from a car dealership oriented position. Where is your capitalization rate coming from? For what property type class are you using?
I'm looking at, as I mentioned, I am looking at retail and industrial cap rates, and looking at the experience in the marketplace and weighing that risk factor of those properties against the risk factor of an auto dealership, and putting them then at the higher end of the Collier's range. As a result.
So you're using retail and industrial.
That's correct.
For your comparables, you're using straight auto-related comparables. Why would you not be using retail? Why would you not be using industrial when you're using both the vacancy and the capitalization rate analysis from the property class?
Well, quite simply, none of those uses are approved in the condominium plan, for one. So it's a dream to put somebody else's rate on. Number two, retail is not the least bit interested in going in and out of the way auto mall. Number three, industrial can't go in there because of the zoning. So we stuck with uses that are approved under the planning document that is on the title.
Okay. But those uses that are approved, which is vehicle service sales, you grabbed other parameters from other types of income properties that can't be used. You've essentially created a hybrid approach that can't.
No, that's not the concept of it. The concept is that there are no specific uses for automobile-related vacancy rates, period. There's nothing. So you have to apply a vacancy risk, and then the analysis is to look through all the different vacancy types in the city and find something that's appropriate for it. And I thought that this was appropriate for it, so it was a decision made on that basis.
So it's appropriate to use retail and industrial vacancy and capitalization rate information, and then transpose low-quality vehicle service-related information from rental to come up with a value. That's essentially what you've done.
That's your argument.
It is.
And that's not what I said.
Okay, getting to your comparable at 3680 Portage, it's an older full-service vehicle dealership. You indicated that the building itself is inferior, but the location is superior. Yet on your page 1, your location line 6, you put a 10 out of 10.
Sorry. Yeah, I think you're mixing commentary. Just repeat what I said about inferior and superior.
You said the older dealership, which is on Portage.
2554 Portage.
Did you not say 3680, which
No.
is the older dealership?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I just said it was smaller.
Okay. the same rationale would apply to 2554, own older dealership, superior location at Maury and Portage, and yet you have 10 out of 10 for your location in the subject property based on your own analysis.
Oh, yeah. If you take a look at that entire column, we never did a quantitative analysis on it. I think I mentioned to you earlier that, or in my presentation, that on that basis we would probably be looking at 10%. None of those numbers have been adjusted in that column. So on that basis, we would look at, number one, property rights being a condominium title. That would probably be a -10 because nobody likes condominiums. And then location is another factor. Access is another factor. And then the rest of this would be non-factors because they don't really matter above those ones. So yeah, we never did that column.
Getting back to capitalization rate, please turn to your page 47. You stated it's retail and industrial information that you're looking at to derive a cap rate.
Yes.
Why does these two ranges differ from your page 41? Was this analysis done by yourself on page 41?
No.
Was this analysis done by yourself on page 47?
First of all, 41 is from 2016.
Please turn to page 42.
Right. Now,
Following up.
42, page 47 is an adjustment from page 42. Now, page 42...
Was that your adjustment?
It's a...
Or was there another appraiser who did it?
Look, I'm going to have to answer the question. I like the way it should be answered. Page 42, these rates are 100% supplied by Collier's brokers. Now, the column is written by Rob, and he's commenting on these numbers. He did not develop these rates. Now, our brokerage department, as explained on page 46, includes costs in there. What they do is they calculate a cap rate for the purchaser. So they're not looking at a market cap rate. A market cap rate is all other things being considered the same. This is the cap rate. They're doing nothing but end user. So take all the end user's costs, which are the brokerage fees, land title, transfer fees, legal fees, costs after purchase, etc. And now at Collier's, we now are logged into the mothership, and we have these numbers from all across the country and the data workup. So the importance here is transparency.
Let me stop you there.
This is what is reported for brokers, that this is not an appraisal or an assessment number.
Okay. Let me stop you there. Did you just say that you're using capitalization rate information that's from outside of Manitoba to determine what the capitalization rate should be inside of Manitoba?
No, I said I have access to it now.
So are you using that information to determine your cap rate analysis here?
No.
Then why would you be looking at outside of province cap rate information?
Because I was discussing the procedure. And your question touched on that factor. One must know the procedure that is done. It's a question of transparency and knowing that you're going to have to testify on this basis. So I'd like to give the groundwork of how we got from point A to point B. We have access to outside the country information, and it's an interesting comparison. Now, having brought up that subject
In answering his question, I need a little bit of clarity.
Okay.
The relationship between the numbers on page 42 and page 47 is what?
Half a point.
No. Sorry. Then you're not understanding. Page 42?
Yes.
There's values come up by the brokers, derived by the brokers.
Right.
These have been amended.
That is correct.
Suitably for appraisal purposes.
And assessment purposes.
By whom?
Yes.
When?
By our office. We did this for preparation in August of this year.
Okay.
And follow up, by whom in your office?
We have a staff of several people, so I think we all participated in it. in it. So I don't think we have an individual to name.
Earlier you stated that portfolio sales don't meet IAAO standards.
That's correct.
Can you please turn to your page 54 and 55? You have 16 sales that are portfolio-based, a large portfolio that's sold to slate portfolio, and you have another portfolio sale at 1436 Chevier. Why would you be including these if you've already openly stated and stated to the assessor that we shouldn't be using it?
Several reasons. First reason is I'm not obligated to follow IAAO. IAAO exists to help with mass appraisal techniques. Mass appraisal technique is the concept of taking a whole bunch of data and putting it in a mixer and shaking it out and seeing what numbers come out of it, for lack of a better description. The IAAO and the mass appraisal standards avoid those because there's a degree of due diligence required to examine them, which don't happen in the mass appraisal workup, and by definition. So they say don't use them. On a site-specific basis, then it's up to the decision-making of the qualified and accredited appraiser to determine whether they should be used. And to be fair, and I do not mean this as a slur, but the typical assessor has a great deal less experience than an accredited appraiser because of the education and experience and exposure to the market. So, but we have a standard then to follow. So I follow QSPAP, which uses the reasonable appraiser rule. So what we do is, when we are supposed to investigate a sale, we have requirements. That the greater the reliance on it, the greater the due diligence we have to perform. In this case, the due diligence is required to be talk with the vendor and the purchaser minimum, which I did. We also extended that by discussing with brokers, outside appraisers, and the property manager who now works for Colliers. So we perform a level of due diligence and invest the time that's greater than a mass appraisal system. And that's the difference. Now, the other one you mentioned, incidentally, on Chevrier, I said right there, not reliable. You notice that? Not reliable.
Why is it in your report?
I said not reliable.
Okay. For 295 Portage, you indicated it shouldn't be used as 20% vacant at the time of sale.
That's correct.
Can you please turn to your page? 200 Portage, your comparable 200 Portage on page 58. Your property's come up at appeal, you've represented it, and I've also presented rebuttal information.
Sorry, page
58.
58.
This property was reported to the assessment department, and then the sales questionnaire that you've seen and examined indicated that it was a leaseback scenario by Scotiabank, by the new purchaser, and then Scotiabank vacated the property almost immediately after the lease or purchase. We have looked at it. I called the property manager up. They reported it as it was incorrectly filled out. There was no leaseback. The purchaser bought that property knowing that it would be empty. They remained on Scotiabank on the concourse area only.
No, I'm sorry,
So
you're presenting
if
this
it's
as a
20
rebuttal or a
This is
question?
sworn evidence. You've seen the sworn evidence under appeal.
Rebuttal or question?
I'm asking you, why is it appropriate to bring in a building at 200 Portage that is basically 100% vacant and known to be 100% vacant, bought for its base value, and develop a cap rate for it when 295 Portage you claim has a 20% vacancy? It's inappropriate based on other evidence.
Your information is incorrect.
My information is straight from the property manager.
Well, Pam Eagleton is the property manager, and I'd be pleased to get her to come down and testify. The vendor is Bank of Nova Scotia, my contact there is Iqbal Nasser. I interviewed both of them and determined that this is an appropriate cap rate sale. What happened on April 28, 2017, a deal was made whereby Bank of Nova Scotia took a long-term lease on one portion of the building and a shorter term of 2 years on other portions of the building, but retained occupancy. On that basis, the purchaser, who are the FEDUS with 24/7 and represented by Pam Eagleton at Eagleton Martin Property Management, had planned a use for it down the road. They just weren't ready for it. Based on that, and disclosing all information, it is a valid cap rate decision. In the information which you're referring to, you will note that 200 Portage on April 28, 2017 had 2 leases that were signed with expiries ranging between 2 years and 10 years. That's what it says on there. So you don't even read your own information.
There's no other way to say that the information is wrong. I talked to the property manager. They bought an empty building with a residual amount of space in the concourse by Scotiabank.
We will accept the information from
It's
both
on record.
parties.
So,
You know what that means.
getting back to the I&E, specifically infrastructure costs on your page. Your infrastructure costs in your actual brief, or was it in the rebuttal? Or you had a chart from Excel? You directly to the page in your workup? You had it in your, I can't remember.
What was included in there?
It was basically infrastructure costs from
Infrastructure or non-recoverables?
infrastructure for the roadway.
Oh,
What page is that on? Was it in your actual brief or on?
no, yeah, actually you found it. 17, 15?
17.
17.
Ah, there. All right. So, broken out, you have a number of years. This information was based on a study that was done and presented in 2004.
Correct. Well, this information, no, the replacement reserve, let me just see. Okay, I see what the issue here is. This only pertains to the condo costs.
Quite explicit, just the condo costs. I'm allowed to keep my line of questioning. Were any of these costs reported on the actual I&Es? If you're indicating that they're 12%, 12.04%, and you have the total sum in 17 and all the years leading back, then you have that information. The owner has that information to give to the assessment department. You've broken it out for us. You applied 12% to the management fee, it's $3,699. If you apply it to the snow clearing, it's $3,425. If you apply it to the maintenance and cleaning, it's $9,042. The security, it's $9,651. The utilities, replacement residual, replacement reserve, I should say, it is $3,206. The utilities, it's $103. So you do have these actual costs, if they're projections, if they're actually incurred, but you do have these actual costs to report on your I&Es. We haven't seen them on the I&Es.
I
Going back.
had in my possession up to 2008 actual. After that, I was doing estimates.
Okay, so, for the record, there's enough information that the owner has, and that the agent for the owner who fills out the I&Es or helps with the I&Es or helps with the appeal process has to give us some information on the I&Es about the infrastructure costs, but yet they haven't been presented on any I&E that I've seen, dating back a number of years.
The costs, as you can see on page 17, our calculation on those actually worked out to be $29,000, and our application was $14,000.
That's not what I asked.
So-
I'm asking that if you turn to your page 6, which is your IE, you don't have these costs listed on your IE.
The numbers that we had were not the same numbers that were applied. We ended up using the 10,700 and moving it forward at the 2% a year. So I can't speak to what other people do or don't do. We know they exist. This was a background information on it.
You can confirm that you have that information, though it's on page 17.
No, up to 2008 is all I had. And at 2008, up till 2008, I worked for a company owned by the Chipmans that had access to it. So after that, I haven't seen it.
Okay, so furthermore, after that these costs were to be known, they didn't need to be projections. You have those costs actual occurring in 2003.
I don't in my possession, no.
You're an agent for the owner, effectively the owner sitting before us today. You ought to know and should know everything that the owner knows. And clearly they know their own costs, and they're not reported them.
On page 17, there are certain line items that correspond to line items on page 6. Snow removal,
That would be for on-site.
Maintenance and
That's not
repair?
The actual on-site roll number expenses. We're talking about an off-roll number site, the condo costs.
well, I don't know where it makes the distinction here on their report to you.
I'll get out of my...
They have street cleaning, management fee. You got a property management fee, line 202, $31,932. Their share of that would be $3,000. I'm just looking at the first line and adjust for time. Snow clearing, they're claiming $18,000. They got their share of it would be about $1,000. Maintenance. They got $46,000, their share of the $60,000 is about $6,000. So I believe they've done their best at reporting their costs on their forms. I think it's included.
My next line of questioning will be to the actual presentation of the order. I have, going back to 2004, just stating the facts. You were attending and presented for the owner on April 5th and 6th of 2004 for the assessment year of 2003, which is referenced to 1999 level value.
That's correct.
You asked for a value of $1,530,000.
I think so.
Page 32, highlighted in yellow on the brief, or I'm sure it's in your order as well.
Yes, 11530. That's correct.
You represented the former owner and the current owner.
Yes, I've had continued representation through 3 changes of ownership.
So, you get back to the sale of the property, which was done on February 28th of 2005, but the sale price was determined on November 13, 2004, a short time from the actual hearing.
Sorry, what are you looking at here? What page?
On my page 22, highlighted in yellow.
Okay.
Did you facilitate the sale of this property between the former owner and the current owner?
Facilitate?
Did you work on this property? Did you determine the sale price? Did you assist with the purchase of this property between the vendor and the purchaser? Were you involved?
I had an element of participation.
Was there any other appraiser that was involved as well?
I have no idea.
No idea. Getting back to the actual sales questionnaire. if you help fill out the sales questionnaire, which indicated specifically point 4, that there was only real estate.
What page is that?
On my page 3.
Your page 3.
If you help fill out this questionnaire. You assist in filling out this questionnaire.
No, I wasn't involved.
At a prior cycle for the 17, 18, 19 supplemental assessments, I asked you specifically if you could get a sworn affidavit indicating that this was incorrect and that there was a business component or any other related items other than real estate. Have you provided that today?
Sorry, you asked me to get an affidavit.
I asked, would you provide a sworn document or an affidavit indicating that this was incorrectly filled out and that there was a business component related to this, or any other related components other than real estate?
Quite honestly, I thought you were going so far overboard to the point of abuse, I wasn't going to comply with that.
So you don't have any information to indicate that this was incorrectly done?
My testimony is that the real estate, the goodwill, the franchise, the equipment, the inventory, the employee contracts, the customer sales base all transferred at the same time. I know this for a fact.
But you don't have any written documentation from the owner or the sign-off or a signature that indicated that they simply filled out the sales questionnaire wrong?
Well, I think that when one follows common sense and looks at what they're selling before and what they're selling after, that written documentation becomes a point that's not required. It's the question of being what's reasonable and what's not reasonable. They took it over.
My next line of questioning will be on the sale price consideration paid in the sworn value. I know sister, Mr. Diamond, who was the chair at our last appeal for the supplemental assessments for the 17, 18, and 19 appeal. Your property owner is a prudent business ownership group. They don't want to pay any more taxes than they have to, hence the appeal of this property. Correct?
No, they want to pay fair taxes.
Fair taxes, fair enough. When you see a sworn paid consideration and a sworn value, I should say, at $4,350,000, you would be paying land transfer tax on all of that. If there was an element of business or other related matters, that would be excluded from the land transfer tax.
I'm not sure in 2004 what land transfer tax fees were. So the difficulties with relying on that sale when you have all the other elements going is the land transfer tax is a much smaller element. Now, if I own a business and real estate and I sell them together, my preference is to get as high a price listed for the real estate because that's covered under capital gains because it's not income made through your business. Your tax rate is half that of like when you sell your goodwill, you've got to take a tax hit in your business on the full amount. Purchaser doesn't care about that price because he gets to do a reset on his capital cost base. So the difference there would be if you're in the tax rate, typical tax rate of a business would be 26%. So $1 million and 26% is $260,000. Capital gains is only $130,000. So it's $130,000 per $1 million that a business would prefer to have a higher reported realty sale than a business sale. And in Canada, they passed the taxpayers' rights rights and freedoms in 1986 or so, and all business owners have the right to manage their affairs to pay the least tax possible. So this is a question of what they chose to put on their form, and anyone practicing in the business knows it. And to put this in perspective, the land transfer tax fee, I think at that time was like 1.2%. So I'm not saying what they did or what they didn't do, but the basic issue is that it's 12 points cheaper to put your sale value on something that's capital gains over one that's not capital gains.
So what you're saying is they didn't mind paying a higher amount of tax?
No, they paid less. They would have paid less under that hypothetical issue. Now, of course, the other major problem with this whole transaction is that at one point...
Just responding to that question?
Yeah,
or
because
just
he
something
brought up,
in addition?
brought it up the sale.
Are you answering his question?
Yeah, from before. Not the current question, was one
Well,
question before.
let's deal with just the current.
Okay.
Are you following up on that current one?
Basically, I'm pointing out that because they didn't distinguish what the realty was, according to the agent, that they would be paying a higher amount of transfer tax, non-transfer tax.
Can we move on to
Which
your...
seems highly unlikely, given the fact that they're a prudent business operation and they're here to appeal.
I think that's been
Yeah,
asked and answered, I think is the
Well,
phrase.
he
Just a minute,
never
please.
repeat.
Please. Let's go on to the next question.
Well, my next question, leading, and I just wanted to read to the board that through agency, effectively the owner is sitting here before us and can't comment on the information.
Is that a question?
Well, I'm stating it. The opponent said they didn't know.
Okay, this is time for questions.
The rest I can deal with in rebuttal.
Mr. McIntyre.
I have no questions.
Mr. Buss.
I have one question, I think. On page 47, the cap rate information. I don't see any date or anything on that page.
Oh, well, it was derived from page 42, which is Q1 2018. Sorry.
So it was part of the same document?
Well, what it is it's if we take the rates and then we work out...
No, I know how you did it.
Yeah,
I'm just saying there's no date on it.
No, it's Q1 2018.
So is it a part of the document on page 42 or part of a different document?
It's derived from page 42.
I understand that, but I'm asking if it's a separate document that this is lifted from? Or just the page itself has been derived from?
Oh, no, provided specifically for the purpose of this board.
Oh, I see,
And
okay.
it's page 42 plus page 46 equals page 47.
Okay. That's all my questions.
One question. You've got a value in here for non-recoverables. That is at what percentage?
The non-recoverables is 5% for the building at $18,820. The condo cost non-recoverables are $14,118 for outside non-recoverables.
Sorry, at one point you were talking about 2% plus 5% equaling 7%.
Yeah, well, in this particular case, as an owner-occupied property, we don't have a real estate version of non-recoverables because you would lift it normally from the expenses, the income and expense in the balance sheet. Because we don't have that, we're using 5%, which is an industry standard. Now, in most cases, we would look at the actuals, and just to show you the extent by which we rely on actuals, I had a hearing last week where our non-recoverables were $272, and that's what I put in.
Okay, so this is not 2% plus 5%.
No, that's
7,
just-
this is only 5%. That's a surrogate.
Yeah, 5%, and then the surrogate for the so-called 2% structural is my 25 cents a foot.
Okay.
It's fairly close to what 2% would be.
And the condo costs, and the future rehab costs, those are not, would not in other situations be addressed through the normal non-recoverable expenses.
No, because it's
line.
off-site.
Because they are off-site. this is unique compared with other situations where we have a strip mall on a city street, because these are being charged to the condo
Right.
owners.
Under a contractual basis. Now, I have lots of people will complain and say, hey, I gotta pay less tax because one of my clients told me the other day that he and his neighbors had to fix a fire hydrant. But it wasn't a contractual, they just are tired of the city that they wouldn't come out and fix it, so they fixed it. That's different.
Okay, so the future rehab costs, you've used the term elsewhere, infrastructure cost recovery. That's synonymous?
Well, yeah, the condo, sorry, my words, let's just compare them to what they use in the board order. Where I put condo costs on page 1 refers to page 15, addition maintenance.
Addition maintenance?
Yeah, that's the same thing, whatever they called it here.
Okay.
It was, in the 2003 tax year, it was $10,700.
Okay.
And now we are estimating at $14,118. The future rehab costs are the same as page 15, net present value of future rehabilitation.
So when you use the term recovery of cost, that sounds like a cost that has already been incurred by somebody but is being charged to another party. I'm a little stuck on this future rehab costs, because that's a future cost, not recovery of something that has
Right.
already happened.
You're buying a debt. That's the simple way of explaining it. So you're whatever real estate you have, you're buying it with the knowledge that I have to pay for something in the future years, and it's something normally the city would do, not me.
Okay.
Right? And so
it's recovery now and recovery for
Right.
some period of time in the future.
Right, so what Brian had done is he said, let's take all the work the city does on roads and lights and piping, and this is what they were going to spend, and then he took it on a timeline and said, look, in year 20 or year 10 they're going to repoint all the pavement. In year 20 they got to do a catch basin or two. In year 25 they got to redo these lines, etc.
Okay.
And no,
Okay, understand
no
that.
replacement. And
No.
I looked for a copy of the report. I don't know if Trevor
Yeah,
found
sure.
your copy
So
of the
it's-
report.
But there's condo costs. Condo costs are separate than the future rehab.
Well, they don't
costs.
have-
Why are they separate?
They don't, the condo cost is the actual cost of operating the site, not the obligation. So this.
But
would-
doesn't that include the getting the guy out to tar the cracks in
No,
the street
no,
system?
no.
it
This
does
is,
not.
this includes the electricity for running the streetlights, the snow clearing of the street, the common streetway, the cutting of the grass around the retention pond.
Common area maintenance, basically.
Yes.
Whereas future rehab costs are beyond that.
Correct.
It's more the pipes, the water, the sewer, the
Well,
the
it's
concrete.
what
what's
service do
put
you
in
have
place.
to do to keep it operating to extend its life?
All right.
And by doing this maintenance, if you have a normal project with a 50-year life, you continue to extend its life to maybe 90 years.
So
which
any condo, like a high-rise condo or whatever, is going to have the common element costs, and that's more or less synonymous with your line here called condo costs.
Right.
Whereas a high-rise condo hasn't had the street costs foisted upon it, and so it does not have the future
Right.
costs.
It's as if we had a condominium group that was on 40 acres that controlled all their streets and their retention pond, as well as their private, property, and that doesn't occur because all developments get a share of the city source resources, and it's been paid in the development costs. So, and then their taxes go to maintain all this work. So the engineer said, these are services that would normally be paid by municipal taxes, which are, and it's a bit of a, you probably heard the argument that certain commercial operators say, look, I'm paying for my own garbage. why do I have to pay for it? And some people get it for free. I should deduct it from my taxes. And the reason that argument doesn't work is that the city has employed a different portion percentage for commercial versus residential. Even though they pay more for the privilege of not picking up their garbage, they can at least point to legislation that says, see, you are treated differently. We just think you're a higher burden. But in this case, there was nothing legislatively to indicate that these services have been dealt with in another manner.
That concludes my questions. Summary?
Rebuttal.
Rebuttal. Dang, I thought we were towards the end.
Can I have a 5 minute?
5 minutes? Certainly.
Do you have to guard the bathroom?
Sure.
A lot of work now.
I think at this point,
Okay, we will then resume with the assessor's rebuttal.
This is a rebuttal of the comparisons used for auto-related comparables that was presented by callers today. First page is a summary. As you can see, there's commentary on it, the age of the properties, corrected net rents, percentage error, or if the property was owner-occupied, it's just simply a book rent, so there is an error by using it. So there's a summary there, but I'll go through each individual.
Sorry, where it says yes, that means owner occupied?
Yes. So there's an error, I mean, there's no percentage error for the net rent, meaning that if it's a book rent, there is no rent, it's owner-occupied. So.
Oh, there, sorry.
On page 2 is 1885 Main Street. It's built in 1977. It is a muffler shop. I drive by this every single morning on our way back from work. There was a Riverbend. This is a low-grade VSG. The reported net rent is $9.02. If you look at page 4, the net revenue reported is $30,000. You're using the net revenue, you're not taking off the non-recoverable expenses from the net revenue and then coming back with what the actual adjusted is. So the declaring net revenue is $30,000, so it'd be $9.02. So on the next page is 281 Oak Point. 281 Oak Point was built in 1995 and then updated with an addition in 2007. It appears to be a book rent. It is part only owner-occupied. If you look at the page, it is a former Harley Davidson dealership. It was vacant for numerous years. If you look on page 6, it's indicated that it's partially owner-occupied. If you look on page 7, there's only one tenant. I searched for business assessment for business occupants on that property. This is the only tenant on the property. And the IE indicates that it is partially owner-occupied. Combined with the owner reports same gross rents, but also doesn't report any expenses or leaseable areas. There's nothing you can get from this. It shouldn't be used. On page 8, 35 Sandy Portage. This property has had some contentious issues being included for analysis. The appellant indicates that it shouldn't be included from analysis, and yet I see it in his comparable lists every time. So if the appellant's including it for analysis, I don't see why we can't be including it for the analysis, indicating that this used to be a consumer distributor's property. It was a former retail property. Page 9 indicates the permit that have changed it over. There is a predominance of office space in it versus straight VSG related. Page 13, page 10 through 13 indicates the irregular reporting of the actual items. So if you look through on page 10, they check off net rent. They don't have any utilities reported. And then you look at the bottom, they check off net rent as a yes, and then they report some of it's not being paid and some of it is being paid by the tenant. It's indicating both kind of the same gross and a net rent. If you look at page, and that's for the year of 2013. If you look at page 11, which is the year of 2014, they check off net rent, no utilities, and then they check off net rent again with nothing being indicated on the following lines at the bottom right-hand corner. If you look at page 12, again, they don't check off net rent on either section of the IE, but on the first page on the tenant roll, and they indicate what they pay. There's no recoveries, but they're not reporting any. So aside from water at 31,000, which seems highly odd. Look at year 16. They again check off net rent and net rent. In the following page, which is on page 17, on page 14 here that we're using. They don't check off net rent. They don't have any utilities that are reported. Obviously, they're incurring some expenses that gives an indication that the tenant's coming in, that the owner doesn't have possession and control over that information. They wouldn't know what to fill out, as they are an arm's length tenant. So, given the irregularities in this site, we have a rent range which is between $13 and arguably $11.47 for my best calculation. Having said that, I think it can be included in analysis. It is on portage. It is vehicle service related. I have no idea why the LNP is contesting that it's in our documentation, but it chooses to use it, it is. So, page 15 is 3680 Portage, an older dealership again. On page 16 is the IE. We're using the reported areas. Reported rents works out specifically to $12.50. There was some issue in prior years where this property, when the tenant moved into this property, it didn't occupy the entire year. So if you use the gross rent that they had got, it looks to be a somewhat less rent than $12.50. When you use a full year of occupancy, it has been $12.50. On page 17, 2554 Portage. This is if you look on page 18, this is a sublease. This is actually a land lease. And you can see from the indication reported, Pinnacle Auto Sales, which is there for $8.35 in an area of 20,731. And Part Source, which is $13.23, quite a deviation in rent. Indicated in blue on page 19 is land lease again. I actually called up the contact person, Ken Lacerebro, and I asked him, and I questioned him on this property. Seems like it's a bit odd.
Sorry, I'm going to object to your hearsay.
No, you don't get to object.
When someone comes
Like
to
Let me just hear what the objection
when
is.
someone comes to a tribunal and talks about what someone else said, and it relates to an expert opinion, I've been advised by my legal counsel that there are quite a few interesting rulings on there that say, bring your expert to the hearing if this information is important. Don't quote from him. And I believe it was the BC Supreme Court ruling on a particular case. I can check my phone and quote it to you. And I hate quoting law, but this was something my legal counsel told me about, that you just can't throw out somebody else's opinion. It's got to be...
Does that apply to affidavits?
I was there, man.
Can I continue?
Carry on.
You can put whatever weight you want to this.
Thank you.
After I spoke with this property manager, he indicated that this is a sublease in place for the auto group. He also indicated that these are land leases. A typical market the actual part source themselves, it's at their option at the end of the lease to require the tenant to remove their property, and at the end of the lease, they get to have their property. It's either or. So after reviewing this information, it's atypical of the market. Municipal board's been very clear. Subleases is not a good indication of what actual market is. It shouldn't be used, and land leases shouldn't be used either. So at this point, it shouldn't be used comparable. Page 20. 36 Portage. I'm quite surprised that this is still being used. And I'd like to point out that most of these comparables have been used since the 2016 cycle by the appellant. This is not news by this rebuttal. I've been rebutting this for numerous cycles now. This property is owner-occupied. It is reported as owner-occupied, although they don't report it on page 21, which is the current year. They do report it on the 2013 year, and on page 22. And not only do they report it after doing the company searches, indicates that they are owner-occupied, and at appeal with all this, they clearly state that they're owner-occupied. That's on the following pages, on page 25 and 26. This is a full-service dealership, River City Ford. It's been quite clear that it's owner-occupied for a number of years. On page 27, 933 Wall Street. This particular property here is Mako. This is an older building built in 1953, wood frame construction for the roof, cinder block for the walls. Typical of the Wall Street area, and significantly lower than the subject properties, or the subject property, I should say. If you look at page 828, they indicate that it's a net lease. That net lease works out to be for the 2017 year $5.25. If you look to page 29, I looked at this property in detail up to 2016. Their net rent is $5.60. They also submitted a sales questionnaire. We're going to review the sales questionnaire. This was a multi-will sale. They paid $4,065,000 for several properties, and they indicated that the actual consideration paid for this property is $940,769. And when you go all the way to the bottom, on page 31, highlighted in blue, was this property bought for the capitalization rate? Yes. It was, like I said, a merged or multi-sale between 1919 Wall Street and 983 Wall Street, and a cap rate of 5.6%. That is on the following pages, on page 32, 33. From where you see that the roll number, all the way back to the subject property with the marker, red marker. Those properties were purchased in that one sale. These are all significantly inferior to the subject property. They're industrial retail of use, and they still got a cap rate of 5.6% declared by the ownership group purchased it. On the following page 34 is a certificate of agreement between our department and Rocky Newfield and Colliers Pratt McGarry. At the time, Colliers indicating that there is intimate knowledge of this property by the appellant, and that $5.25 was agreed upon for a market value of 2010. So, on page 36, 700 Waverly, another property that is owner-occupied. It is clearly owner-occupied. They write it on their ID, highlighted in blue, that the landlord and tenant companies have common ownership. Not only is it reported there, it's also been reported at hearing on page 3839, where office representative indicated that yes, they are owner-occupied, they're clearly owner-occupied. On page 40, which is 2150 McKillips, Nissan Auto West Incorporated, they are fully owner-occupied. They check it off on their email on page 41. Owner-occupied, and the company search indicates that as well on page 42. On page 43, 1570 Google. They do not check owner-occupied, but after running a search, The property owner is GJLSL Holdings Corporation, and the tenant is GNR Travel Center Limited. After doing complete searches, Gilbert Robert owns the property. If you look on page 46, GNR Travel is affiliated. You search GNR Travel, same ownership. So they are owner occupied. On page 1301, or sorry, page 48, address 1301 Depot. This one here is a bit of an anomaly. I've looked at this property. The property ownership group is as such. Highlighted in yellow for you to examine. On page 50 is the ID that's submitted for the 2017 year. You can see that GNR Travel Center is there for 8,411 square feet, $39.8. CP Rentals is also there. They're the owner occupied actually, so it's not them. GNR Travel was actually down the road at the last couple of properties we just looked at. So they are on the rent roll. You can go through the property. Who's paying business tax on this on the businesses on this property? You can see on page 53. GNR is not there. CP Rentals is there, but they're not affiliated with them. I can't find them anywhere on the actual business rent roll. They're not there. We've had a review of this property. They're simply not there. When you look at the signage on the property, page 54, they're not there. So GNR Travel has no signage on the property, on the site, and it's questionable whether they are at 1301 Dougal. When I actually look at this property, if you look here, this area here is approximately 8,400 square feet. It may be that they're actually leasing land. I'm not sure. When you go through the property, there's no vacancies, and all the business parties are paying tax, and the tenant is not one of them, which is GNR Travel. So, on page 56, 2335 Inkster. This property does not report to the city of Winnipeg. It's outside of our jurisdiction. The tenant appears to be east side heavy truck collision. Can't confirm anything on that property. Look at page 54, or 58, I should say. Comparables, 1861 and 1871 coming up. You look at the lease information reported. They're at the back of the site. There's a retail store in front of them. Sole car net rent is $9, and under the hood net rent is $8.53. On page 59, again, another vehicle service related property. It's 614 Dudley, Ford Auto Body Group, property that is obviously far inferior to their social properties. They report on page 69, they actually report 10,600 square feet, which I'm not sure how this is right. They don't have that much space on site even. So they're an obvious error, in my opinion, but that's what they're reporting. The Ford Auto Body Group net rent is $7.50 if you use the actual information that's on the IME, which is 6,839 square feet, which is similar to what the ones representing. So I don't believe it's 10,600 square feet, but one of the correct areas we used is about $7.50. On page 61, 120 Medway Street. This property used to be a former retail store. It was converted over. Like boy, it's been there for some time. The IME is not filled out, but it is actually provided a rent roll. This has been under deal with Altus, I believe. I had dealings with the property in the past. Their actual lease area is 15,031 square feet at $8.50. And then lastly, 84 Squarefield, which was also under appeal with Altus. I have this under appeal with Altus. This is a former Granny's Poultry. It was converted to Boyd Auto Body Group. Boyd paid for the renovation of the property. You If you look on page 66, the area is on a wooden road. That's what they're reporting, and they're reporting it to be net lease. With the correct area, it's $9.55. So if we get back to the summary of the table, for the comparables of the auto-related information, which rental information, which the appellants committed they're using for their analysis, there is not one single comparable here that can be used to value these properties. In my opinion, they're simply owner-occupied properties, poor condition properties, or simply properties that are so far inferior to the property that they should not be used. And combined with that, when you're using a capitalization rate and a retail capitalization rate and a vacancy rate for retail, you shouldn't be using these rental information. You're blending the approaches. So at this point, I don't think there is an analysis that can be used to change any of our values in 60 and 87,000. With that, I'll move to questions. I'll move there.
Okay. Second time. Timing myself.
Do you want to reserve questions for another day, or how many questions will you have?
A lot. This is ground that's been, as they said, rutted and farrowed for a while, but this is a new hearing, so.
You have a meeting at 1:30.
If it's going to take half an hour to an hour, I think I can handle. I'm late to the meeting.
We will just deal with these questions.
All right. Page, the first one, 1985 Maine. So in your estimate of what you thought the rent was, what number did you use for rent again?
They reported it at $9.02. They also reported a net revenue.
You need $30,000.
Which works out to be exactly $9.
On your page 4, of course, are costs. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
And paid for by the landlord or the tenant?
They don't indicate in there any, what they indicated what the net rent is.
What do you mean they don't indicate? This is the landlord's statement. He indicates he's making $24,321.
On the INE, is it indicating the pays for what?
Statement. The statement.
The statement doesn't indicate.
Where'd you get the statement from?
The statement was included on the INE.
Okay, so he's giving you a statement. He says, I make $30,000 gross potential rent. See the word gross potential?
Yes.
And then he's saying at the bottom, I'm making $24,321. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So you decided he wrote the statement wrong.
No, am I allowed to answer the question?
Please.
You're taking a net revenue and then deducting the expenses, and then you're including it back into the analysis, and then further deducting the expenses if you were to be using this as a comparison. You shouldn't be doing that. You start from the starting point, the net rent. That's what they're reporting. If you do that, you basically double discount this rent.
Is that correct?
No, he's completely incorrect, and I'm having some difficulties here.
Could you explain how this works then?
The owner actually earns considerably less than this amount of money. So Colliers manages this property. Colliers sends in this statement. And the rent listed here on page 2 indicates that there is a rent of $30,000. Now, if you look across the line, under other charges, there's no other recoveries. So this is the sole income that this property earns, gross revenue. Then that number is carried forward to page 4. Then from that, expenses are subtracted. So this is a gross lease. Now the tenant pays for his utilities. And The owner pays for insurance, management fees, that fee goes to Colliers. We know we get the money, and it pays for auditing fees. In addition, which doesn't show in this statement, is the owner also pays for the property taxes on the site personally. Now, because Colliers doesn't manage the property tax payment of it, we don't report it. So the net revenue on this site is actually less the property taxes, which are approximately $4,500, I believe. So the actual net revenue is under $20,000. So we've just reported what Colliers has in their possession.
Just for my clarification, are you then saying that this should not have been called net revenue?
Where does it say net?
Net revenue.
On this page here, net?
That's
revenue.
no, that's a software label. The top one says gross potential.
Right. So my question was,
Yeah.
it actually should not be called net.
No,
Saying.
this is a software system, so no, it shouldn't be called. Well, it's a difference in terms, and this is the way the bookkeeper would write it, not an appraiser. I think when people get statements like this from a professional business like Colliers, and we tell them you're making $24,000, and then you give them this check every month for $2,000, that we were quite offended the assessor's characterization of our apparently sloppy accounting skills.
Okay, let's just
Can I-
carry on.
And I suppose we can get Mr. Brian Bowles, the property manager, down here to testify, because he would be quite offended by this.
Can I have a
Carry on.
follow-up question to this?
It's not my evidence. It's not my evidence. It's your
It's
evidence.
I'd like a follow-up question.
A question of what he just stated?
Correct.
Certainly.
Please look at the non-operating expenses. They total $4,248. Non-operating expenses. Right? We're coming to a net operating income. You're deducting below-line items from the net rent. You're coming up with a net effective income to owner. That is not what we're doing. You come up with a net rent first.
You can't posture your interpretation of statements over the position you'd like to achieve. Now, the actual net to the pocket of the owner is under $20,000, because on top of that, he's covering the property taxes himself. I believe his name is Mr. Sifton. So the other issue about this is that when we discussed this, we were focusing on several, and I didn't really bring this one up, but the net is below 6. And if you had really done your due diligence, what you could have done is gone to the statements that we filed every year in tax appeal to show what we show the net rent to be, which isn't in here. You've got the data in your file.
Let's stick to facts and questions without comments
Go back
from
to
either
questions.
side
Questions?
that are editorializing on the capability of the other side.
Fine. Number 2, you said that this is a book rent.
It appears from the owner signing IND. There is partial ownership. Top left-hand corner, owner occupied.
Partially
Checked off as
owner.
Partially occupied. On page 7, there is one tenant, the only tenant on the entire site.
Right.
There's no lease areas, there's no real information other than the rent.
Are you suggesting that page 7, March Auto Sales, is the same party as the person who signed this, Mr. Danielson?
I'm suggesting that the sworn authorized statement indicated to me that there's a non-arm's length affiliation with the tenant. That's what they've checked.
You don't
off.
think that his part owner occupancy is the building on page 5 on the left-hand side?
They're not an occupant of that building.
The
We have
shed?
nothing on paper, we have nothing on file indicating that they're actual tenants.
How about the lease I sent your department? Do you have that?
There's no bid in that building. They indicate
You
there's
didn't,
one
you
tenant.
didn't see the lease? Well, I sent it to an assessor. Trevor's got one. Maybe he'll get it for the hearing when he comes back. I sent Trevor a copy of that lease. So you think that they're one and the same?
That's what they indicate.
You think that they're one and the same?
That's what they indicate on the INE. I checked to see if there's another tenant in the property. There is solely that tenant.
Now, how about the assessment appeal records? Did you check those? We've already filed it this year, it's been heard. Did you read those?
No, I did not read that.
Wouldn't it have helped you discover who was the tenant and what? Would it not have helped you?
My point is I didn't read that, I didn't look over that information. I looked over the signed authorized statement indicating to be completely true and accurate. That's where I take my information from.
On
It's
page-
the opinion of the owner signing it or the agency signing it. Continue.
Mr. Chairman, I'll tell you what my problem here is. And you've been very helpful, by the way. This is quite off base, and I think my opinion is that it's been devised to attempt to attack my credibility, and considering we've got some litigation things outstanding there, traveling down this road of who said what is not going to help you with your decision, and we're also turning into like the year-long appeal. I'm comfortable with coming back here with the supporting data, like the lease and the other information. This was just sprung on me today, or we can continue on. But
I think I'd like to continue on.
Okay.
And I certainly don't see this as questioning your credibility. Rather, it is questioning how much weight the panel should put on these individual examples of properties. So, I mean, he has gone through the chapter and verse, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if he would want to go through chapter and verse with questions about what he has presented here.
Right.
And I'm quite willing to listen to that.
okay. Now, the 3570 Portage, you inserted, looks like five returns, income and expense returns of this property.
Yeah.
Now, did you have the opportunity to look at their net operating income numbers and compare them to your number and what was reported? And I will take into account that they put in an interest component that doesn't belong.
I reviewed all the five AINs like I've shown. I've indicated that they're reporting a net rent of $13, and I've also taken off the associated costs as well to come down to $11.47. I'm indicating that for over 5 years they've reported some irregularities on these 5 sheets.
Now, when one looks through the first 3 years of these returns upon which I've made my report, the net operating income varies between $78,000 and $105,000 based on the returns that you provided here today. So you didn't use that number?
No, I did not use the stabilized 5-year. I used the year of 17.
So the highest number they've ever reported is $11.24 a square foot. That's on page 11. And then the lowest number they've reported is $8.34 a square foot. That is on page 12. Do you have those numbers?
That's your calculations to how you're interpreting the data.
Yeah, I'm sorry, where am I seeing those numbers?
Well, where you're seeing, let's go to page 11, which is the highest one reported. So what we have is a semi-gross lease here, $144,000 collected, and then the expenses were $99,000, which includes $60,000 of interest. So when that is removed, the NOI is approximately $330.
Sorry, the net operating line, 218, I find unintelligible. the way it's
Yeah,
written. It is what?
45,093, rough guess, because it's 145 minus 99, so it's going to be 45 something. And included in there is $60,322 in interest, which obviously does not belong. So So that gets me a reported NOI for the year of 105,415. Based on the 93.68 a square foot, that's $11.25 a square foot.
I'd like to also point out the area that they're reporting that total leasable area is 1,800 square feet. And on the following page, they reported 93.68. I might point out this INE is highly irregular in reporting over the 5 years.
The bottom of page 11 indicates 9,368 square feet.
And the top of it indicates 1,800.
Well, then let's look at another statement. Let's go to the previous year. No dispute there, 9368, 9368. Net operating income 50,262. Add the interest back in of 29,898. Sorry, 32,400 is an NOI that particular year, $82,662, which works out to $8.82. So I guess my question is, what are you showing us here?
You were pointing out discrepancies in these numbers
Right.
for the purpose of?
The purpose of, as I explained, they're checking off net rent. If you work it out to be it's $13, if you go based on one page, if you go based on the other one, the number drops to 1147. How he's interpreting the numbers is you're taking off non-recoverables. That's what he's doing, and they're not stabilized over the years. So how are we supposed to determine exactly what's what? It's so irregular in nature. I can't read this incredible.
Okay, thank you.
On the basis of what you just said, stabilizing over the years, did you go through the next 3 years of statements that were supplied and look at the range of reporting income?
Mr. Newfeld, I looked at all the years that I have seen, that you see on.
Okay, so what's the range there? I have 82,000 to 107,000 declared. You're talking about stabilizing. How would you stabilize that then?
My point is I went year by year, okay? And it ranged between $11.47 and $13.
82, 105, 78, 88, 96, 107. Those are the numbers they reported every year for 6 years in a row for income, operating income. You said it should be stabilized for non-operating. How are you stabilizing it? Tell me.
You're taking off below line items and coming up with a net effective rent to owner.
Page 14.
You don't do that, you come up with a net rent.
Which below item is on page 14?
Your items from insurance to property management, to professional fees, office supplies.
Why do you say they're below line items?
How do we know what exactly property management fee in 2013, which is $0, to a property management fee in 2016 is $10,914. It's quite a discrepancy. So what exactly are they reporting?
So you're making these decisions based on...
Does that seem normal?
You're making...
Colliers has been managing it for a number of years, right?
No. You're making these decisions based on these returns then?
We make the majority of the decisions based on the sworn evidence, or the
Sworn?
the authorized evidence to be complete, true, and accurate.
Okay. The next one, 3680 Portage. And again, I guess the same question there. They're saying 90,000 in rent income, but their net operating income is 77,195. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So that would indicate a far lower number on a net income basis, would it not?
If you're looking at a net effective income to the owner, and not the net rent, you checked off net rent, and you look at the bottom of the page.
Well, they're recovering insurance, and they're paying for insurance, but they're not recovering management or repairs.
You're saying at the bottom they checked off net
Yeah.
rent, but at the top they've checked off gross rent.
Yeah.
So gross rent.
Can it be both?
If you're looking at a net effective rent to the owner, then you can get some other costs that are below line items. I start at the net rent, and that's where some of the non-recoverable expenses are coming into play, where basically you're coming up with a net effective rent and then taking that as contract, and sometimes the appellants are taking that back to the top and then taking off our expenses again. Basically double discount. You start with a net rent. You put it in place for a comparable. You put it in place for subject if it's in line with market comparisons to ensure that that contract rent is in line with market. And if it is, it's okay. And then you take off our market parameters. You don't basically come out, take it off the bottom, and come up to the top and take it off again. You don't do it in comparison for comparable properties, and you don't do it in site-specific analysis. That point exactly.
Now, on this property, why didn't you include the building information on here concerning the size of the mezzanine?
Because that's the area that they reported to us,
Well,
with the rent rate that they reported to us.
the next property, you had a disagreement with it, yet you found your building information. Why didn't you have it for this one? Maybe because it would show your numbers wrong?
Which property?
3680 Portage. Why didn't you provide it? Would it show your numbers wrong?
They're reporting to us that they're leasing 7,200 square feet. It's right there.
But there's mezzanine in here, right?
I believe there is some mezzanine.
And you never adjusted for it.
Whether they attribute it to one economic unit is besides the point. You don't introduce a small storage space on the mezz to artificially lower the rent rate.
Well, then why are you applying it to the subject for a mezzanine rent?
Mr. Chairman, I'm reporting exactly what you see on the IDs as being scored with the rent rates that are in place. There's some interpretation that they're not correct. We're taking the actual information from the authorized signature.
What does your property city attributes on 3680 Portage show?
I don't have them here at this all.
Your comment on 2554 Portage was the municipal board doesn't recognize subleases.
They're not a good indicator of market value.
Do you have a source for this?
Municipal board orders.
Which one?
Specifically, if you review the full order of 220 Portage, you had Great West Lake move into Agricor, former Agricor space on the sublease. They argued that it was $4, and said they didn't argue that it was $4.75. The board indicated that that's not a good relationship in the marketplace within the property or outside it. It disregarded that rent.
So the head lease was how much?
Agricor is paying, stretching my mind, I think it was between $10 and $12.
10 or 12, and the sublease was at 4.
$4.75 is what they're
$4.75, and so the board said ignore the sublease. Now, the sublease in this case, which we've reported at $756, wow, do you know how much the head lease is?
The information I have is what you see.
$756?
The information you have is what I see.
Sorry, what's the number?
Is it 756? Is it the same number?
As far as, this is a land lease. We're not looking at it.
We'll
as
get
far
to
as-
that.
Yeah. I don't include a land lease as far as marketplace is concerned. If you are an owner of a property, you bear the cost to develop that property. You bear the cost and the risk associated with that property. You get a tenant to come in and you take and you get that
Okay,
marketplace
well,
value.
let's
If
make
your
it-
tenant comes in and builds your property,
Let's make it
the
simple.
risk is not the same and you don't need to attribute the same rent at the
Let's make it
marketplace.
simple.
You
To
shouldn't
your
do that.
knowledge, does the money being paid by the subtenant equal the money being paid by the head tenant?
I'm not sure. If you have information to indicate that, then feel free to present. I got this information straight from the source of the
Well, I see that on page 18, you're saying $14,419 is head lease, which is $173 $176,028 per annum. And I claim a size of 22877. So I get $7.56, which is the same number I reported as a sublease. And you disagree with $173,000 is paid by this tenant.
And that's
By
what the number
Pinnacle.
is, Mr. DeVille.
Is $173,000 based on your information paid by the tenant.
Mr. Newfield, my information indicates a land lease in its atypical marketplace and non-included.
Just asking about the cash, page
Straight. I
18.
can't answer his questions.
Page 18. Does that indicate $173,000 paid by Pinnacle Auto Sales to the landlord?
Sorry, page 18?
Page 18,
Where?
the bottom,
Closing.
form are
Yeah.
Pinnacle Auto Sales,
Yeah.
which is $14,419 per month. My question is, does that equal $173,028 per annum?
Yes, it does.
And on page 1, where I claimed 22,877 square feet at $756, does that also equal $173,028?
$173 around, yeah.
So the number's the same. So you were quoting a municipal board where there was a 60% discount on a sublease saying don't rely on it. Now, in this case, we have no discount on a sublease.
You're missing the land lease component.
I'm just talking about subleases at this point in time. We'll get to land.
For my own clarification, are both the head lease and the sublease being referred to land only?
Yes. No, the land lease was for the original.
We'll get to
tenant
that.
And for the other on-site tenant as well. And then the sublease occurred when the new tenant came in there. So you have a land lease and you have a sublease, both of which aren't good indicators of market value. Disregarded the comparable based on that.
Head lease and sublease, land only, not including buildings.
If you don't have to bear the cost of cleaning up your property and your tenancy is doing it for you, you don't need to bear the same rent rate. You don't need to have the same rent rate.
Okay, well, first of all, I was asking questions, so what I've established is that the money is the same. The subtenant pays the same rent that the head tenant pays, correct? We've established that?
Yeah.
Okay, and you say it's a land lease, page 17, what do you show the building age to be?
One is 1963, the other one is 2000.
Well, I'm talking about the subject lease, which is
1963.
1963. And this head lease started what year? That's on reference page 18.
It looks like 2000. Yeah.
So you're saying that a building was put on the site in 1963 and is the same building that's up today?
My point is, when I talked to the property manager, they indicated it was...
Get the property manager here to testify. Stop going in that direction.
They indicate both land leases. They indicate acreage. They don't indicate areas other than land lease areas.
At the time of the lease, was there a building on the site?
I believe so, yes.
And was that building the same one that's up today?
Correct.
Built in 1963?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So was the building rented for free? Is it a gift? Do you know what its status is in the lease?
I didn't see the lease agreement. All I see is the IE.
Well, you know that I've submitted it to the assessment department virtually every year since 2004. You haven't seen it?
I don't recall. I might have. I dealt with a number of years. I can't recall.
Have you read the clause that describes the land lease?
I just answered your question. I don't recall.
So you're not aware that the concept behind the lease wasn't to rent the land so much, it was to disavow capital costs on the building?
I already answered your question, Steve.
So you weren't aware of that?
I don't recall at this moment in time.
How many buildings have the share the address of 1700 Waverly?
Sorry, I'm dealing with 36 Portage. Or 983
Which
Wall.
page are we going to?
We're going to,
Just looking over two comparisons. If you don't want to question me on
Okay,
those.
page 36.
well, why don't you tell me how to do my job?
Let's move on to the correct page, 36.
Well, his comment wasn't appreciated.
I know, and I'm saying this to
My
both of you.
response
We don't
wasn't
need
appreciated
to
either.
have
Okay,
difficult responses made when it's obviously we're moving on to page 36.
all right. How many buildings share the address of 1700 Waverly?
As far as, I believe all of them would be at different units.
Civic address, that's
Yeah,
correct.
civic units.
And the square footage listed on my page, your page 1 is 56,600 square feet. And what's the square footage?
Sorry, where are we, page one, which column?
Your information says that I said the size was 56,600 square feet. Do you see that?
Yeah. 56,600.
And on your page 36, what does it say for square footage?
66,215.
I think maybe we're not talking about the same building.
Are you indicating that there's another building over 50,000 square feet on 1,700 in any unit? This is by far the largest property.
I asked
on
the
the
question,
site.
are you thinking we're talking about the same building?
This was under appeal for several cycles, two other cycles of three, including this one. We questioned each other on this property.
Okay, let me go back to a question that was asked a minute ago, and that was, is there more than one building at 1700
Yes, there
Waverly?
is.
Sorry, can I get a better idea? Does that mean that the multiple car dealerships in that loop are all recorded as 1700 Waverly as a street address?
With different unit numbers.
With different unit numbers.
And this is by far the largest one. There's not another one approaching this size.
Okay. Thank you. So, you're pointing out
I was
that
just
there's
asking,
a discrepancy in
is
the
there
sizes.
possible that we're not talking about the same building?
I would say absolutely not.
Absolutely not. What?
That we're talking about the same building, given the fact that we've had this under appeal and we're questioning each other on it.
Mr. Newfield, you referred to your square footage. That was in where?
56,600.
Yes. Where? Where do I find that?
Page 3 of my report.
Okay. The verse says 60? 66. 56 versus 66.
Correct.
Do either of the parties have any way of knowing how to reconcile these two different figures?
We had this under appeal numerous times. This is the property we're talking about. There's not another dealership on 1,700. Any of the units that approach anywhere near the size of the building.
Okay.
This one is called P.
Does anybody know why, in these two different sources, the difference for this one building would be 10,000.
Well, they're not the same building.
Which unit are you referring to then, if it's not the same building?
Well, I can address, it's my turn to ask the assessor questions.
Okay, but I need to know.
You need to know.
I need to know.
Okay.
Your 1700 Waverly, is it the Dan Murray Chevrolet?
Let's go back several hours in time. If you recall, I discussed the ones that I intended on relying on, and this one wasn't included. Does everyone remember that far back in time?
It's in
It
your.
was today.
It's in your list.
It's in my list. Now, the reason we're not relying on it is the actual address was written in wrong at 1717 Waverly, and this is McNaught. Now, the number I was given on McNaught, I've been given the number from two different sources. One was 11, one was different. So,
What's unit number 1717?
as a result, when I presented, I chose not to rely on this. So it's an awful lot of time to waste on something I wasn't relying on.
You didn't answer my question, what unit number for 1717?
You're saying that's McNaught.
That's correct.
So it's actually across the street, right?
That's correct.
And that does not go by 7.
No, it goes by 1717.
It goes by 1717.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Hence, it is a different building.
That is correct. And that's why we didn't rely on it.
All right, then let's move on.
That's what I thought too, but I just thought we'd go through the show.
I'd rather not.
Anyway, the property, the page 41, which is 2115 McPhillips, you have provided something that says Auto West, start lease January 1st, 2014.
Which one are you on?
Page 41.
Yep.
Now, on your page 1, the address indicated is January 2012. Do you see that?
Yep, January 2012.
So we are talking about a 2-year difference. Now, do you recognize where this material source came from?
I believe you're about to tell me it's the assessor's error, if I remember correctly, from the last field site.
This was based on, are you aware that this was information submitted to the assessment department, by the assessment department for another appeal, that this is their data, and they indicated that it was a interim short-term lease, at which time the property owner moved on to another site and it was taken over by Auto West.
You indicated, I don't believe you went that detail at the hearing, I believe you said it was the assessment department's information that you're representing back to the panel. At that point, I questioned it, if I remember correctly, and I indicated that the current lease, I rebutted last cycle, and I'm rebutting it again this cycle.
So you're rebutting the assessment department's own information?
I'm rebutting what you told me the assessment department's information is.
The same question goes for 1301 Google.
Are we skipping over 1570?
Why don't you tell me
Let's
to do my
let's
job?
just move to where he has.
Page 51. Whose information is this?
51, this is the owner's information submitted on their rental. I believe it was Altus who submitted the rental.
And you are aware that the city of Winnipeg has distributed this particular lease, are you not?
I don't know what you're getting at there.
That this is the city of Winnipeg's information, that this is how it was released to the public by using this as a comparable in other sites? I mean, you question that they're not there.
Are you stating that they used it as a comparable based on their rental?
Are you aware that the City of Winnipeg Assessment Department is using this as a comparable?
Let me rephrase this as best I can. I don't care what other assessors or other agents do in prior periods. I do everything de novo. There are errors made on either side. If there are, I correct them. As I see here, I see a rent roll with a tenant that's non-existent in the actual building. I see an area of 8,411 square feet with a fenced-in area in the back, which is roughly the same size. I look at signage on the property. I check the property. I check the addresses on the property. There is no tenant in here. There's no tenant in here paying tax for GNR Travel Center.
So I'm sorry, what's the dilemma here? This is your evidence, not mine. You're saying 8,411 square feet is $8 a square foot. You're disputing your own evidence.
No, I'm verifying why you use this as a parable when they're not actually on the site, but any information I can discern. Is this a land rent? Is 301 Dougal, the owners of 301 Dougal, using the site as storage for for travel trailers?
Mr. Chairperson, I'm having some difficulties because I think the process here goes, you get to ask questions when your evidence is presented, and now we're looking at rebuttal and I'm asking questions. So I'm not getting that.
I think he's attempting to answer your question.
With a question?
Yes, in order to get to a better answer.
Now,
his information has been, in rebutting yours,
Yes.
that GNR Travel Center is not actually at this location.
I heard that. But
Can you tell us whether it is or it isn't?
But then he shows me this rent roll.
Okay. Can you, from your knowledge, your information, tell us whether GNR Travel Center is at that location?
My source of information was this, from the City Assessment Department.
Okay. I think that's good enough for us
And you
to go
didn't
on.
hear me rely on it either, did you? Many hours ago.
Thank you.
Okay. Page 58. Where's the rest of the statement?
that was what was submitted to us. There was no other statement. That's all I have on file.
There were operating costs submitted with this. I know, I submitted it.
I didn't find them on file.
Now, the column that this rent is listed under is called base rent, correct?
Correct?
Now, so you didn't read the rest of the statement?
I didn't find anything other than the one pages.
And you didn't review the the Board of Revision filings on this site?
No, I did not.
So you're representing that that's a net rent when the evidence presented to your department is actually showing it's a gross rent?
The information I review is from the source data. I don't review different aspects of appeals. We don't know if the information reported by agent or assessor is necessarily correct. I go from the authorized signature, and I go from the authorized submission from the IMs.
Which I've told you exists and you're failing to acknowledge, correct?
I did say I failed to acknowledge this is where it's from.
Well, Mr. Chairperson, since you're adjourning, and I think that these are issues, I'm going to request the opportunity to provide you with some source documentation on a few I've asked about. In addition, I'll make a brief statement to these issues, and it's up to you. I can make my statement in about 5 or 6 minutes.
At a later date, you're saying?
Well, I could give you the statement now and provide the supporting information at a later date.
You'd be introducing new evidence.
Would that be acceptable to you if you got it ahead of time to review?
No, you don't introduce new evidence. You can't take a look at the rebuttal and then go, I would like to come back and submit rebuttal.
I'm sorry,
Rebuttal.
to be clear on what I'm saying here. This is my opinion that this is a fabrication. Now, the concept of evidence allows you to bring those, bring forward your proof on that matter. And if it were undisputed, I would agree. Let's not continue belaboring the point.
I think that the assessor is correct. That would be new evidence. I think we should carry on with what we've got. We have your verbal information.
All right, then
I think that your verbal information is valid. We trust that.
May I finish then my verbal information?
The questioning, yes.
Well, no, I question. I've done with my questioning. You want to question him, and then I do get a response to this. Do I not?
This is your response to this.
Your questioning.
My questions don't constitute a response. My questions are only questions. I know what the rules are. I'm trying to follow them. I could have factored in my response in the questionings, but I don't think that's the appropriate place for it. So I'm prepared to provide a response.
Yeah, if you're finished your questioning, or once you're finished your questioning, we will take a short recess.
Okay, and then permit me a very short redress of these.
That's what we will discuss.
Ooh. Well then, why would I finish my questioning? Maybe I'll just finish my response in forms of questions. What would you have?
If you want to
What would
ask
you
more
prefer?
questions, if you want to
What
ask
would-
more questions.
It'll be quicker if I just respond, but I don't have a choice. I don't have a preference here.
You're entitled to as many questions as you would like.
Right.
There's no question, I think, then,
Right.
about whether you
Okay,
are.
but I also have the
evidence.
opportunity for summation when I can address this.
That is correct, as long as you don't add new evidence during your summation.
Not even a response that would be construed as new evidence. I just want to make some comments and statements on a few of these, that's all.
I think that you were proposing earlier to bring substantiation.
Or
And I
bring
think-
substantiation.
And I think we have ruled that out.
Okay.
If you're not finished questions, and you feel that both those questions and the subsequent answers would be helpful to the panel, then please carry on with your questions.
So you're not going to give me a chance to verbally respond? A statement of my own?
Outside of your summary, which shouldn't be introducing new
All right.
information.
And then I have to go back to my questions. You mentioned that 2535 Inkster is outside the city limits. How would that invalidate that as a market transaction?
I didn't invalidate that. I put not available.
Not available.
Not available to the city assessor as they don't report. There's no way I can verify anything.
Are you suggesting that it is your responsibility to validate my data? Or isn't it just your responsibility to question my data?
My responsibility to go through the data of any appellant and review it and present rebuttal information to it if I feel necessary.
You've been told on many occasions that 1370 Google involved a partnership exchange where I was appointed to be the arbitrator of the value. Were you not?
You made reference to the last cycle as well, yes.
That it was partners were separating their interests and they hired me to set a rent on that. So you were aware of that.
Vaguely, yeah.
And as such, the party who maintained the real estate ended up being a different party than the one who's renting. You recall that?
Generally, I can't really get into very specific information as it's hard to follow along your argument. I went through the company searches. You see them as such. If you have any questions regarding them, please feel free.
You don't recall what I told you, that a father and three daughters
We're not into that
were
detail.
partners in it, and they split up their real estate versus their operations. Two of the daughters' husbands carried on with the business, and the father and the other daughter, whose husband was Antoine Hacot, kept the real estate, and they had to negotiate a rent. Did I not tell you that?
I don't put much weight on hearsay. It's not in evidence and written information.
Well, it's hearsay when I tell you direct question, I was
Unless I
there,
see it in writing.
but I was there.
Unless I see it
Is
in
that
writing, I
hearsay?
don't put much weight on hearsay. As far as generally what you spoke to, that's generally what it was. But if it's not in actual writing, it's very difficult
I
to remember
suggest
exactly
you
what you submitted.
review the definition of hearsay. And when persons are at an event, it's not hearsay, it's firsthand. Now, the difference is on 700 Morey, Dudley, King Edward, Scurfield, they're generally fairly low, are they not?
Sorry, which one are we on again?
Just in general questions on, you were going that you thought that Morey was $6.50 and I said $6, and
Yeah.
Scurfield $9.55 versus I think $9.05, King Edward $8.42 versus $8.50,
Yeah.
and even Dudley $8.15 versus $7.50. These are small, relatively small, correct?
Yeah.
And based on the information you brought forward, when one is looking at differences between statements and recoveries and non-recoveries, that this might account for some of it? Is that a fair statement?
That's your opinion, yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm just puzzled on 983 Wall. Why does it matter what the certificate of agreement said?
You have knowledge of this property, correct? You realize it's a $5 rate, correct?
Sorry, I'm just, let me find the page.
It was $5.25, and you agreed to.
Is that 90? That's 983?
It's on page 35,
Yeah.
yes. So your
These tables show 475?
Pardon me? Oh, certificate of agreement.
Oh.
On page
All right.
35. So you're aware that it's built in 1953. It is so far inferior to the subject property.
No, that wasn't my question. I'm asking questions. My question was, what does a certificate of agreement mean in terms of market value?
The sworn statement agreed upon that it is at market value.
Sorry, sworn? Can you tell me where I swore?
You're authorized. You're authorized it.
Do
See
you
your
know?
signature, right?
Do you know that I authorize it? Well, it's an agreement. Now,
Right.
there's no sworn statement here, is there? Is there a
It
statement?
is.
And is there a statement here that says I agree that the paid rent is not $475? Does it say that anywhere?
No, it doesn't explicitly say that.
And what about the evidence presented at that hearing? Did it say it was $475 or not?
It wasn't the hearing, it was
That's not my question. The evidence that was supplied at the hearing, did it not say that the paid rent was $475?
What hearing are you talking about?
The one that led to this decision in 2013, 12, 11
I
actually.
didn't review the hearing.
Sorry, you're talking about a certificate of agreement,
I'm pointing
right?
out.
On
yeah.
page 34, which is not a hearing.
Yeah.
So what is the hearing that's being...
So the hearing was the Board of Revision hearing done in 2011.
So
So,
previous assessment.
no, it is what led to this certificate of agreement.
There was a Board of Revision hearing.
In 2011,
Uh-huh.
at which I appealed to the municipal board. This decision, this agreement dealt with the matter prior to the municipal board.
Hearing, okay. All right. We had a hearing, they didn't, you did a certificate of agreement.
That's correct.
Okay, got it.
So my question is, does what was agreed to here differ in any way, do I say anywhere that the rent was not $475 a square foot, either at the hearing or at any time?
I don't know about the hearing, didn't review the hearing, and there's no explicit information on the certificate of agreement. You were indicating that the market value here is $5.25.
And how many other properties owned by Mr. Carter were addressed at the same time?
I didn't review the other properties.
Was
This
it-
is your comparison at 8.
You didn't talk to Mr. Alden about the details of this?
Mr. Alden's been retired for a number of months now.
How about the files? Did you check the other certificates agreement on the same date for 4 properties owned by Carter?
No, I do not.
Okay. So you weren't aware that Mr. Alden was trying to close up some old files and came to me with several offers and that we managed the properties and none of the values matched at all, and we simply agreed to it because the total was fine and the owner approved and the property manager approved? You
That's
weren't aware
your
of that?
statement, no.
You weren't aware of that? So you think that just because I get requested to sign this, I agree 525 is right? What's the point?
Wow, I don't know what to say here. Can you please read the line below on page 34, or I'll read it for you. The parties agree that assessment as now revised reflect April 1st, 2010 market value and respectfully request that the municipal board accept our recommendations, both Mel Chambers and Rocky Newville, and the workup is here. Are you saying that you're signing this?
Let's just let Mr. Newfeld ask the question then. Is there a subsequent question or
Have you
following?
ever signed an agreement with anyone that did not reflect the paid rent?
As far as contract rent versus market, you look at to see what the actual market is.
I asked, have you ever signed an agreement with someone where the agreement amount did not match the contract rent?
Yeah,
Okay, so it happens a lot.
depending on the circumstances involved in
No,
it.
does that mean that the contract rent isn't valid as a unit of comparison?
As it contributed to what you signed for.
No. Does it devalidate it as a comparative rent?
Explain your point. I'm failing to understand the questioning of market value that we attributed to this property.
I think what he's saying, if I can paraphrase this, is there was a certain value agreed upon in the certificate of agreement which putatively was different than the contract rent. Wouldn't you still potentially use the contract rent as a comparator?
Good, thank you.
As far as for signing?
No, for any other purpose. Is it still out there as a potential comparator rent?
I guess you can use it for other purposes. It all depends on the situation that you review.
Like if you were
Thanks.
going?
Yeah. No, okay, I'm good now.
Wonderful. Questions from the panel?
I have a
No question.
I have no questions.
You had all that time to come up with some really good ones.
You got all the good
You
ones.
got all the good ones, exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. Oh, dang, here, pick another one. All right.
Summary?
I'm assuming that you're fine with the questioning, the rebuttal, et cetera. We can summarize, and then we'll have done with this one, and we will then, after adjournment, carry on with yours. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Summary?
I believe our position is correct as far as valuation at $6,037,000. We've looked at the actual board order, the single board order for car dealerships. That board order is significantly out of date and cannot be used as it is written. There is no infrastructure costs reported on the IME submitted by the owners, and there is no actual car dealership leases in place in their hands going back virtually in the last 10 years. I haven't seen one yet, aside from the purchase agreements for the Madison Group. There's no way to use this order. This is why we looked at the rental information that we have in the marketplace and took the next best comparable, which is big box steel structures slab on grade, took that rent and transposed it to the subject property. Because if in the marketplace, if those dealerships were to move outside of where they are and find any other structure similar in nature, that's the rental they have to pay. We transposed it back to this subject property. We're dealing with real retail information, and we're transposing it back to the subject property. Given the fact that we're taking a significantly below the $18 mark, where we establish what market is, we're putting it at 1347. That more than accounts for the infrastructure costs that would have to be would only agree to be putting on a higher rent. Getting an $18 rent, you can put infrastructure costs on in theory back on, but that'll be reviewed at a later date. At this point, when I'm looking at our market value, it's appropriate. I think it's correct. When we look at the actual appellants, they're substandard to the subject property as far as use. They're substandard as far as age. They're substandard as far as location. If you look based on what they're using for capitalization rate and vacancy rate, they're using retail information, they're using industrial information. Then they're taking these low ESG related properties and putting them into the equation, which further drops the value. You should be taking realty rates, or realty vacancy and realty cap rate to make everything appropriate. They haven't done that. In my opinion, this is not a correct way to value a property. It leads to an artificial level of value. And as you can see from the 1999 level of value, which was reported asked for by Stevenson, which is Rocky Newfield at the time, at $1.53 million, to compare to what they're asking for today, it's basically almost flatlined in comparison with other commercial properties over that span of 19 years. To be equitable, we should be treating every property the same. Commercial property has gone up dramatically in the last 19 years. We shouldn't be looking at a 120% increase over 19 years, which works out to be about 6%. The valuation method that I see from the appellant is incorrect, and I don't think it should be held to any rate. So that's probably a good decision.
Mr. Newbold, summary.
Thank you. When I started this hearing, I know I set the tone bad when I asked certain questions, and I believe so strongly in the concept of fairness, equity, justice, that I was compelled to do so because this is one of the properties that is being cited in our filing of a Court of Queen's Bench complaint against the assessor and this department. Now, my purpose is not to prosecute that case here at all. My purpose is to make sure we segregate it, which is why I asked these questions in the beginning, to ensure that we had the right frame of mind. And the board has to know that there's a lot of bad blood happening here. It's not a secret. So it's a call it a hostile environment. But let's not let it sidetrack from the valuation issues. The property is a condominium development, and it is in a remote part of the city. It was somebody's dream 25 years ago to get their car dealerships in this auto park because they happened to own the land. They wanted it there. It was contrived and manufactured and subject to a whole bunch of rules. And at the time, they seemed like a really good idea, but they're not anymore. The location has always been inferior. I told you, rank number 4 out of 3. That's the way the city's buyers think of it. You could read my information about the other manufacturers saying, get out of there. I know Trevor's going to have a hard time saying this, but we know the business. They don't want them in there. Now, there's a few that have to stay when they've got dealerships around the city, and then they're forced to stay there. So this isn't market. This is a manufactured environment. Now, the valuation on it is difficult, and you do have a very difficult task because it's not simple. But what you have to do is bear in mind the evidence that you've been given, and the assessment department, all of their crucial evidence, and basically 95% of their evidence, does not meet the definition of market value. Creative financing. The sale of the subject property with a 98.4% mortgage ratio. Geez, I wish we could get that on a house. Isn't that wonderful? That's the tip-off right there. These aren't real transactions. What they are transactions that involve multiple sales amounts. It's the transfer of the business, and it's an allocation to the land. It's an allocation that I'm not testifying that this is the case, but I know the way business owners think. And they have the right to organize their affairs to pay the least tax possible, and so there is an advantage on the capital gains side to deal with it that way. But it doesn't matter. When we've already reached the point where all these sales have to be tossed out the minute we know that the business was sold with them. There are better transactions in the market to look at. You don't have to rely on garbage ones. Now, you heard about enough, I think you've got enough information on the condominium costs from the old case, and I know Trevor's going to come and tell you even more about it. But this was a unique situation. We met with the assessor numerous times before we went to municipal board. We discussed it. They said our discussion was very, very good. The decision was made. Let's let the board decide. And whatever the board decides, we'll go with it. We took a test case for the whole mall. The test case was Westport Chrysler. That's the one you saw. After the test case, the assessor signed off on every other property, agreed, you're right, we're changing our methodology. Everybody got changed, voluntarily. It's just not one order, it's the whole mall. And that stayed in place next year, next year, next year. Now we've run into some current difficulties this year. And I think last year there were some issues with it, and they're all under appeal. You know, it's sort of like, do you have to go back to the board to... I'm not of the opinion we're listening to what the municipal board said. I'm under the opinion that we're honoring an agreement made in 2004 with the assessor, his GAC, they called them GACs back then, and the city assessor. Live with the results. We did better than the city. So be it. It's a difficult situation. Condominium title, restricted use, infrastructure costs. This is as difficult as a piece of property gets in the city. Now, on valuation of it, after application of these costs, the condominium costs and the infrastructure costs, there was also a general discussion that we would say, we agreed at the time, that these are set in place, this manages us for all the other problems. So we're not saying, even though it's a bad location, $11 is too high, we're saying $11 is what we're going to use. I told you 8% is the wrong number. It should be 10%. We're not using it. We're going to 8. Car dealers are a bad investment, period. But we're not looking for extra penalties because of that, because it was all addressed in the infrastructure cost and the condominium costs. That was the deal. Not the agreement, the deal. And, you know, you stick with it. We're sticking with it. Now, on the concept of the rents, we are looking at market. There are only 3 market leases of automobile dealerships. We presented them to you. 2554 Portage, it's a real lease. I was there. Mr. Borger doesn't like leases that mean, I told you this, that he doesn't want the capital cost to come back on him. He says, I don't care what you do to the building. That's how I'm calling it a land lease. But the building was there. It was there in 1963. I know. I was there with my dad in 1966 buying a Buick Wildcat. And I was there.
New evidence?
No.
Yeah, you're right.
It's always affidavit.
I had to work my dad in here just to keep the generations going. It was there. I was in the shop. I know it was there. So it was just a semantic issue. And it's something that if you want to seize on a semantic issue and make an argument out of it, I think you discredit our profession. Follow the money. Isn't that what they always say? Follow the money. $173,000.
Does this summarize what you said?
I'm dramatic, yeah, I know. 3680 Portage. Used to be a new car dealer in there. Now it's a used car dealer. 7950 square feet, not 7200 square feet. That's the way we calculated a rent. Up and down. Got to be the same. On the mezzanine, on the subject, you got to accept it on the rent. You got to do the work. That's the requirement of an assessor or an appraiser. Get your units of comparison to be the same. Don't put one unit of comparison on one property and the other on another. It's got to be the same. That's our highest rent. Lastly, and by the way, I told you, Portage, 756, better location, worse property. Rent's got to go up. 231 Oak Point, similar property, poor location, rent's got to go up, $7, it's for real. And Trevor's going to bring it in rebuttal, because I sent him the lease. So you'll see it. It's a real lease, arm's length. That's my testimony. Those are the three I brought forward. The rest are support. Now, the way upon which I believe the valuation of a property like this for assessment purposes must be made is not, again, on the bright, shiny objects in the showroom. These things are industrial buildings. They're metal pre-engineered, cheap buildings. They have a little bit of office finish, and they get the chrome out there, they put the shiny cars in the showroom. There's nothing to them. The municipal Board of Revision used to be located at 850 Pembina. No? 756 Pembina. My closing argument back in those days was pretty simple too. I said, you know how you value these? Just look out the window. Old Midtown Ford. That's the real estate value of a car dealership. It's not selling cars anymore, it's selling sporting goods. It's obsolete. It's worth its land. And that's really how they should be assessed, is without the use of selling the cars, imagine what it is. Some are obsolete and have to go to land value. Some have an alternate use. And we prepared a good value for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just on the point of the hostility that you mentioned,
Yes.
I don't think that there's anything in any of this that requires us to invest emotion in what we do. I think that what we require here is very dispassionate, objective evidence being offered. Honestly, I dislike it when it does descend into some emotion. Our role here is frankly to model civil society, and that requires us to be dispassionate in dealing with these things. Nobody has dissed our mothers. I think that we can deal with this without the emotions rising. And I'd certainly like to see that carrying forward.
We all do, but to be fair, that's incorrect. The allegations and issues that have been brought forward by the assessment department have been personal in nature, and they have been detailed in my statement of claim.
Then I would like when you come here, or anybody comes here for a specific application, to compartmentalize their work, keep that for someplace else, and not bring it into this specific area.
But we should tell you about it, just so you know it's happening. That was my goal today, just tell you it's happening.
Thank you. I knew about it. That concludes for today, and we will carry on with the remainder of the docket as soon as we can get that redone.